MC. Now I'm down on my knees. Devil's been in the backwoods, came to whisper to me, I need to get back. Mother Mary, protect me. Into the black, cry your heavenly tears. Is my confession loud enough for you to hear? You gotta have faith to deliver from evil. You gotta have faith in the shadow of death. You gotta keep pace, looking over your shoulder. You gotta embrace your final breath. You gotta take up your sinner's burden, to wear it on trial like a crown of thorns. You need to hold tight like a man on a mission. You gotta cut off these devil's horns. Lord, allow me repentance. Let me hear what I've done. Seek the devil's acceptance. Show her mercy and run. So where does this end? With a bullet or silence? Or let you pretend that the Father can't hear? Can you show me some strength to wash away my fear? You gotta have faith to deliver from evil. You gotta have faith in the shadow of death. You gotta keep pace, looking over your shoulder. You gotta embrace your final breath. You gotta take up your sinner's burden, to wear it on trial like a crown of thorns. You need to hold tight like a man on a mission. You gotta cut off these devil's horns. Here on earth your own demons dwell, like miracles but instead from hell. Now the enemy shows herself, but Father, where are you? Through the darkness I've become lost, searching for this to bear my cross. Now I'm ready to pay the cost, but will you be there too? You gotta have faith to deliver from evil. You gotta have faith in the shadow of death. You gotta keep pace, looking over your shoulder. You gotta embrace your final breath. You gotta take up your sinner's burden, to wear it on trial like a crown of thorns. You need to hold tight like a man on a mission. You gotta cut off these devil's horns.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him I will trust. I shall not be afraid.
promise to keep now of my own. Gonna walk through the fire and come back home. Treading through the damnation of our kind. 'Cause heaven's got a locked door I can't find. Can't reach to the darkness without putting up a fight. And I don't expect a savior, so I've got to be the light. I can't climb Jacob's ladder, keep on landing on the ground. But hell has an elevator, so just set my body down. Thinking back to the bloodshed on my trail. The damage tried to stick to the scripture, but I have failed. Abandoned, breaking bread with the sinners to survive. All together, 'cause heaven's got a locked door I can't find. Shut forever. Can't reach to the darkness without putting up a fight. And I don't expect a savior, so I've got to be the light. I can't climb Jacob's ladder, keep on landing on the ground. But hell has an elevator, so just set my body down. On the sun for a taste on my lips, seeing stars in the dark here beneath an eclipse. Hard to wait for an answer when my belief slips. There's something else here listening. For the path I have walked comes a dangerous prize. I search for the truth with my own doubting eyes. Can I live with the knowing when I realize whose silver star is twinkling? My mind is scouring secrets, not any soul will tell. Sometimes to face the demons, you have to walk through
Okay. So, here we are. Right? Okay. We're back. We're here. We're alive. We're living. We're screaming. We're here. Can I see you all? I think so. Okay. Hello. It's me. I'm back yet again. It took a long time, but I think we finally figured out how to make all of this work. So, I'm live currently on YouTube. I am live on Twitch, and I should be live on Instagram for how that works. But I'm live in 3 places at once, and it is powerful and scary. I have spread my little tendrils out to the universe, and now I am here for all of my adoring public. How are all of you doing today? I hope you are feeling good. I hope you're feeling fantastic. I hope you're having a good night. Mwah. Mwah. It's good to see you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You approve of tendrils? So do I, Cuddlefish, so do I. This is really weird. I've never done anything like this. I've never multi-streamed. Doom Dark Ages is only 6 days away. Damn right, I am very excited. I am very excited. Deeply, deeply excited. Nervous about the new job? Well, don't be nervous. You know what? And just be excited that you're here. Be excited that you're having a time, hun. Be excited that you're having a time. That's what matters. That's what matters. Came here to be devoured by the gob. You have chosen the right thing to do. You have chosen the correct thing to do. I'm proud of you for making such a brave, bold, and brash choice. Do you have the thingy on here? Oh, is he? Ah. Yeah. Yes. Working. 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 Yes. There we go. Oh my God. We're getting everything working. It's working. We're here. We're alive. Oh my God. This is exciting. This is exciting. This is very exciting. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to make this all work long term. I'm just excited that I'm trying it at all. It's cool. It's neat. Yo, what's up? How you doing, Blasphemic? Well, I should be putting your chat in everything too. And Zorro, thank you. You're very delicious. And mwah. Thank you. You're wonderful. If you're on Instagram and watching this right now, I recommend going over to either my Twitch or my YouTube, which I am streaming on both. I'm streaming on both right now. Either way, I'm being adorable. Also, we God of War Valhalla, but it sucks because now all the old games are on the PlayStation Store as premium-only purchases. That is because capitalism is slowly choking the life out of creativity in this world, and the only way we can have it actually stop and meaningfully be held back is by moving towards a more egalitarian-focused political system. That's the goal. That's the dream. And hello, Runia. You had a great stream today? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Love you too, Blast. Mwah. I'll see you later, okay? Enjoy work. You are wonderful. I see you there. I see you there, talking. I see you things. Knockers? Yeah, big old badongers. Big old badongers. That's for damn sure. I got them big old bongarinos. Them big old booberinos. Some big bongalahongas. In fact, you know, I was the subject of an anime for some time. With some big old booberinos. Some big old bongalabongadongos. And that's what I've got. Mwah. And Zordal, thank you very much for feeding yourself to me. I very much appreciate it. I always like a good meal before stream. Thank you. Mwah. Mwah. Oh my God, this is so cool. This is so cool. Will chat fix and add Instagram chat too if I do this? Okay, it's kind of doing it. It's kind of doing it. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh, bazinga indeed. Reviewed a playtest of my friend's remastered class they made, and they stuck in a special thank you to me directly in the copy of the PDF. That's very cool. That's very, very cool. Someone pointed out that you could sing Looney Laura Loomer's Woke Marxist Pope to the tune of Time After Time. Woke Marxist Pope, ba bum ba. Good times never felt so good. What's happening here? What are you doing? Why am I? Well, Hold on. Things are happening. I'm vibrating. I'm vibrating. I know that's Sweet Caroline, but still. Woke Marxist Pope. Bum, bum, bum. Good times never felt so good. Ba-da, bow, ba-dow, ba-dow-dow. I know that that's not Time After Time. This is just, I got the Sweet Caroline version of it in my head. And that is a version of it that you can now have. If you put it in your soul and you own it and you use it, which you should, because it's the right thing to do. And also enjoy being here at all, Zordle. I'm glad that you were here, and I will take much care, and I will take much love, and I will dance and prance and attack and bite everything around me all of the time. You're all wonderful, and I give you 10, 100 million trillion smooches all over your big faces, because your faces are pretty and I love them. Mwah. Also, you should check out my comic book over on Webtoons, because it's really cool. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. So yeah, we're here. We're doing it. We're doing it, baby. This is so fucking wild. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Lies ahead, only one way to find out. But thank you for the thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies, you wonderful creature. Mwah. Mwah. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. Okay, hold on. There is an issue I'm foreseeing, and that issue is not seeing the bit things directly. But I'm here to watch for them now, and I can maybe see them from all of you. So hopefully that happens. Maybe if I jump between them, can I do that? Can I jump between my chat things? I have to do it like that. This is interesting because like I have to have like bots ready and stuff. I'm about to be promoted to moderators on relay support channels. Okay, no, not that. Oh, hold on. Okay, that's fine. It's so weird. It's so weird. Okay. Discord, bots, analytics, embedding in stream, appearance. That's fine. Whatever. Point is, you're here. I'll set you free. So yeah, we're gonna watch a video today. I'm gonna be doing some drawing, as I am wont to do. And it's gonna be exciting. I'm excited to draw for all of you, to make some art, because that's a thing I love to do. That's a thing that I love doing. It's kind of the only thing that I do all the time. It's who I am. It is my ninja way. I hope things are still coming through. I'm so like nervous all over about stream working at all. Like, I'm vibrating in anticipation for something to go wrong. But for right now, am I in the right category, though? Oh, yeah, does it do that? Does it do categories the right way? Oh, hold on. Does it do categories the right way? That's a question. Alright, hold on. How does we heart the arting? Good. Because I guess since I do it like this, I have to manage everything, too. I gotta manage all the stuff on my own. Through everything. Hello, Nodes! Oh, you're watching from YouTube! You're watching from YouTube! I do be a good drawer. I can't say thank you enough in this song. Ba-da-ba-da-bow, ba-da-bow, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-bow. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, we're definitely doing this from now on. We're dual streaming. We're power streaming. We're streaming with portals. We're streaming with portals now, everybody. I just gotta make sure it's still working. Bull, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk, sweet creature. Mwah. Okay, things are a little bit weird, that's for sure. But overall, it's kind of working. OBS is using, holy shit, a shitload of GPU, which is wild. If I close these, maybe this will help? Maybe if I close them like this, it'll help? I don't know. Why the fuck, OBS? You know what? That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We will learn yet more. Another browser page is running 20%. That's weird. 20% of my CPU is being used by a singular browser page. We'll learn how that works later. Okay? We don't need to worry about that right now. Hi, YouTube viewers. Subscribe to Cassie or else. Exactly! In an earlier round, sugar, we're going down swinging. Set engines to stand in, Captain. Yes. Set phasers to stun. Put everything on warp factor 2. And keep us steady ahead. And let the night move forward. More than you bargained for, yeah. Oh, the dungeon with us from the closet. Dungeon to be the friction in your seats. Oh, yes, Amy! Hello! Hello, Amy! Yes, Cartoon Network! We're streaming to YouTube and to, and to Twitch at the same time. It's wild. I just started figuring out how to do this. It's so cool. It's so cool. Down, down in an earlier round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. It's pretty interesting so far. I'm still having to manage certain stuff that's weird. I don't know how to manage everything. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna get alerts from Twitch when somebody does something. I'm still trying to learn how that goes. But I think I can get that to work. If I open up, like, a Twitch thing for it. God, OBS is running on, it's so heated right now. It's cooking so much. Here to support. Thank you very much, hun. Mwah. You're wonderful. You're fantastic and beautiful. I guess if I open up Twitch chat on my own thing, and if I open up Twitch and then I pop out the chat, I'll have that? I think? And what if I just do this? What if I go to Creator Dashboard? Hold on. I go to Stream Manager. You can see a little bit of that. See a little bit of the behind the scenes. And then I'll pop out the requests and I'll have that playing. Pop out reward queue. There we go. I like spooky music. I love spooky music. I adore spooky music. Are you kidding me? I love that. I live for that. Oh yeah, no, okay, this is working. This is working. Okay. Good. Maybe if I do that. Okay, and OBS is starting to run a little smoother. OBS is running smoother. I think I'm gaming it, and because it's a new space. We're in a new environment. No one knows where we're at, where we are, what we're doing. No one understands what life is anymore. We're just moving for it, you know? Patreon. And if you purchased merch, I can't say thank you enough in this song. Oh, wait, hold on. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Gimme the music. Let's go. Give me the music. Give me that music. Give me them jams, baby. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Oh, yeah. Whoo. This is good so far. I'm liking how this is starting. All right. Oh, all right. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. All right. Bow, 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 bow. E, 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 E. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Briggs boy. Exactly, Briggs boy, my sweet Briggsy boy. Mwah. Oh my god, this is exciting. This is so cool. This is so cool. Sorry, I'm nerding out over this. I'm judging some music. I'm judging some music right now. We go over here. Oh yeah, Blizzard has announced they'll be having an Overwatch collab with Street Fighter, total of 8 skins. I would appreciate that if Overwatch didn't murder itself, apparently for the amusement of executives. If Overwatch kept its shit together, I'd be so much happier with them, but unfortunately they haven't. They've chosen instead to sell their soul over and over again. I'll never forgive them for what they've taken from us. I will never forgive them. I will never forgive you! Okay, hold on. If I do it like this, and then... Oh! A URL there like that. Apply. Oh my god. I have my alerts as a... No. No. No way. Alright, hold on. Campaign mode, rest in peace. I am still mad. And I will be mad forever. Because, yeah. Campaign mode, rest in peace. Campaign mode, rest in peace. Why are we... Why? Why do we suffer so? Oh, and by the way, I'm working on a fourth wall store in order to make sure that I have, like, more merch to sell for everybody. Fourth wall store is in the works and coming out. Also, I do like this, but it clashes a little bit with my energy at the moment, so I'm going to change it for right now, but only because I'm very excited and it's causing some dissonance. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Drawing. I still need to fix that, which is a thing. It's very intense. It is. It's very good, though. It's very, very good. I love it. They tell me gluttony's a sin, and my desire is bottomless. I wanna slit your throat, then eat till I get sick. I'd love to see you come undone, unsatisfied, until I've got you flayed alive. Still preying on the butcher's vein. Alright, so, let me also, I gotta do a couple of things. You up in pretty patterns. Oh, to finish your flesh up with the works. Perfectly portioned to the dagger, serving the finest leftover desserts. Why would I desecrate a carcass? There's one other thing that I need from Twitch, actually, that I'm gonna have to take. Alright, hold on. If I do this the right way, I should be able to get my Twitch info in here as an individual thing, and then that fixes all of my problems. Alright? We need that too. Once we have that, we're set. And this is new streaming setup moving forward. OBS has even chilled the fuck out, and that's good. All of your insides, my aortic work of art, I love my life. Oh, thank you for them 100 biddies! Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Alright, hold on, where are you? Want to get within you, I want to not forgive you. Rigor mortis, mold and mildew, but dare, you should be grateful that I won't waste a good meal. Oh wait, that's the one I need, the activity feed. Alright, hold on. Got this in you, I want to get within you, I want to shoot butterfly and rectify you. Alright, can I get the activity feed popped out, please? Take a bite! Bow, 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 bow. There it is. Got it. Okay. Alright, I got it. Okay, then docs. And then, custom browser docs. There we go. Apply. Okay, good. That works. Activity feedback. There we go. Alright. We've got that. Good. Cool. That's pretty sick. It gives me actually more access this way. Yeah, no, it legit is giving me more access this way. That's fucking cool. Okay, good. We've got that. We need one more thing while we're orchestrating this whole ordeal. And I've got InfoStream going on in the corner. Let me open up some art that you can stare at really quick, because I know you're desperate for that, and I know you really want to see it. Here's Golden Week Me. I drew that recently. It's very nice. I hope you all like it. Still praying, hopeless and in vain. Which, by the way, does not violate any TOS as far as I am aware in any way. But just in case, let's go ahead and also open this picture of Hunter. There. There you go. You can look at that for a second while I get this thing. I gotta get this thing. By the by, what are we arting today? I am working on some commissions today, actually, in order to make sure I have stuff all set up. I can't just put on Joy Division right after that, okay? Come on. Kickback. Give me kickback. Where are you? Okay, it's the stream settings thing where I can decide stream info. Okay, cool. Cool. Art. We're in the art category. All right. If I get that, oh my god, I can pop out quick chat action. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, my streaming experience has got so much fucking better. Oh yeah. Oh, beautiful. Alright, everybody. Now, we got this, and we have a video to watch at the same time. God damn it, today is a good fucking day. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Te amo, mi despesas, toma todo, solo nena. Voy a luchar mi estrella, voy a luchar mi estrella, voy a luchar mi estrella. Siento que algo me falta. Voy a luchar mi estrella fugaz, voy a luchar mi estrella fugaz, voy a luchar mi estrella fugaz. Oh, so good. All right, here. Let's open up a recent thing. We're going to open it up, and we're going to start working on that. So here we go. I hope everything's going well for everybody. I hope it's all working. We're taking off now. We're in a smooth ascent into the streaming stratosphere, and we're working from there. There we go. Let me grab the art, and the art is here. Siempre deseo una vida simple.
Deseo arruinarlo todo y poder deshacer al final lo que tu corazón por dentro guarda.
We had more FNAF D&D collab. As expected, Springtrap will be the killer, and he has 2 skins. Good. Awesome. Oh, we're getting a movie version with Matthew Lillard? Alright, that's objectively based. That's objectively peak. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, that is what I was hoping for. That is what I was hoping for. See, that makes up for so much. I will have to re-download DVD. I gotta start playing it again. I'm sorry, everybody. I have to start playing it because they've chosen Peak, unfortunately. When someone chooses Peak, I am unfortunately stuck also trying to get in and choose Peak. It is just the way things are. There's no arguing. Calypso lemonade. You're pure sugar, but holy shit, that's tasty. Ya lucha mi estrella, voy a luchar mi estrella, voy a luchar mi estrella, me siento. So, okay, what are we doing with this exact piece right here? This is an alternate form of the armor that's to be added onto. I am supposed to make it look more insect-like, using dragonflies and dragons as the influence. So we're going to go for some more organic shapes here. We're going to ditch the wings for some horns, and we're going to make it look gooey. Gooey is my bread and butter. And as for the video we're going to be watching the video that we, plan on watching yesterday, which is called Lawyer, Passport, Locksmith, Gun. I talk about risk and preparedness, at which point the Final Destination become a parody of itself. Yes. Along, we just kind of want to figure out for a bit. I'm glad to see your stream. Well, welcome in, comics. I'm glad you're here. Mwah. Matthew shouldn't be in a suit. I just need it to be him. I want Matthew Lillard as a killer by himself. Him and Nicolas Cage should have just been killers by themselves. Zero anything else. It's beautiful. Ruby, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you very, very much. Mwah. All right, we're starting in on the art. So, like I said, we're going to be doing a more organic shape for this, which has been a big focus for this project. I'm really liking how it's going so far. Oh, I got hacked out of my Twitter X account and had to make a new one. Okay, bit of advice. Leave Twitter forever, come to Blue Sky. You'll objectively have a better time. Legitimately, please abandon Twitter. It is garbage. It is just a Nazi farm. You will have a better time on literally any other platform whatsoever. It will make you happier. Blue Sky's cooler. It's got cooler people. I'm on Blue Sky. Come on, look at me. I'm a little goblin. Blue Sky's great. And wait, hold on. Wait, Bull, what do you mean hold up? What do you mean hold up? And yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube and on... Oh, 100 messages today. Oh, hell, we got to 100 messages. Let's go. But yeah, no, I'm seeing right now, I'm streaming on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time, which is so cool. And I'm streaming to Instagram. I'm streaming on Instagram, too. I wanted Nick Cage to be both killer and survivor so we could have 4 Nick Cages trying to escape from a murderous Nick Cage. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Nerdy prudes must die. Nerdy prudes must die. Nerdy prudes will watch those nerds meet their demise. Diggerman will rise. Blood will be my prize. Everybody prudes watch me talk and cock you block. The jock you demonized. Only thing I wish Blue Sky did was send you a notification ping. Oh, that is very fair. I would like that. I did a Blue Sky. Here's why. My friends did it, and it didn't look like it was going to implode in itself. I blame Elon. Very fair. If you jump onto Blue Sky, you will have a better time. I promise you. I promise you, you will. It will just make you feel happier and better in every way. Also, I'm looking at my Insta right now for like the live stream. It's so trash. It's all in like an awful. It's in like an awful format. How do I fix that? Fuck. Hold on. Hold on. That shouldn't be that way. I need to change that. How does the camera... You're following on Blue Sky now? Good. As you should. As you should. You've done well. You've done well. You've done well. It's in portrait? It's in portrait, yeah. I know how to fix that. Oh, hold on. You pray for me.
When I'm gone. When I'm gone. Or until another Richie comes along.
Can you repeat that one?
Will you pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn? Who will pray for you?
I'm doing it again. Hold on.
Nerdy, nerdy brutes watch me.
Hold up. We're doing it again.
Prey upon you anti-socialites. I want you to repeat after me.
Okay.
Will you pray for me?
Will you pray for me?
When I'm gone.
When I'm gone.
Or until another Richie comes along.
Can you repeat that one?
Will you pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn? Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done. What did you say?
Oh.
Please don't
Oh.
kill me.
Oh.
Not a nerdy prude.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Not a loser.
Richie, you're not a loser. It's fine. You're just gonna lose everything and die. It's okay. God damn it. Nerdy Prudes Must Die is so fucking good. Ooh, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do here. I know what to do here. Guyver. Guyver kicks in.
No, please.
Guyver kicks in my brain. Must do Guyver. Must do Guyver like. If we're doing bio armor, I'm doing it. Goblin karaoke in the future? You do not want that. If you want Goblin karaoke, I will give you a small taste of Goblin karaoke. You won't like it, but I'll do it. I'll give you one taste of Goblin karaoke once, okay? Okay? Hold on. Here. Here. Ow, fuck my arm. Oh, goddamn. Ow. All right, country roads. Here, I'll do country roads. You will not like it, but I'm gonna do it. And this is for everybody who's here. You're not going to enjoy yourselves, okay? But you asked for it. And since you asked for it, I, being your ever gracious host, will give it to you, okay? So, ahem. Oh, ahem. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I turn on the echo thing too? How do I do that? How do I do that for the karaoke echo? Because it makes the voice sound better. How do I do that for the karaoke echo? Can I just do it like this? Just go in here. If I go into my voice setting and my audio settings, I can probably just turn it on right away and have myself hear my own voice. And that's the way to fix it. I bet I could do a great max. You probably could. Here you go. Open sound settings. Here you are. Thank you for them 100 biddies. Right. You wanted this. You wanted this. Don't forget that. Mwah. Ooh, actually, hold on. I have voice mod. If I use voice mod, hold on. If I use voice mod, I can use the echo thing on that, and that will make it work. I think. Voice mod's kind of iffy, but, you know, we could try it. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Cuttlefish didn't want this. Cuttlefish knows. Cuttlefish remembers when I did a karaoke stream. Cuttlefish remembers my karaoke. It wasn't good. You've asked. You've asked. And you shall receive as soon as I get it to come in. Give me a minute. It's doing its thing. Yeah, get started. Okay, yeah, verify my account. Yeah, I know, my account's right there. I did the thing. Enter on Twitch, blah, blah, blah. I did the creator program thing, and you guys never got back to me, and then I did it again and again. You told me that it'd be fine, and I get it. You can bonk me all you want. I'm singing the song for you. Will you? There we go. All right, there it is. Ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! There we are. Yes, the output has happened. The output has happened. I can hear myself now. You can hear me. Everyone here can hear me. Are you happy now? Are you all happy? Yes. Here, I'm your clown. There you go. Okay. I need the echo thing. Which is that's the problem. Hold on. I know. No. Hold on. Fuck is okay. Hold on. Noise reduction is crazy. Yeah. Don't say that. There we go. Okay, that's better. Voice box. Okay, I put it in here. Clean. Good. How do I make custom voice lab? Custom and voice lab. Okay. Was the audio supposed to go out? Yes. No, not that. Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh my god! Okay, there. Better? No, better. Oh my god! How's it? Ow! God! Everything is scream. Karaoke. Can I just find one fucking thing for this? Come on, sing. Singing. There.
Supercharge your voice with voice mod.
There. Okay. Add to voice box. All right, let's try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna use this voice box thingy. How do you? Are you in here? No. You're gonna. Boop. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hello. Is it working? Are you working? Is this the thing? It doesn't sound any different. Wait. I give you so much. It doesn't sound any different. I was trying to do the thingy. was trying to make it better. Okay. Voice echo effect. There. Cool. There. Okay. Good. No, right there. Good. Okay. Up. I hope so. God, I hope so. I hope so much. I hope you guys are entertained. I really hope everybody's entertained. Don't save. Change that. There we go. Don't save. Go back. Oh wait, shit, is it working? Is that it? Did I fix it? Okay, no. Oh. Hello. Hey, there it is. I got it. I did it. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna try it. You guys wanted this? I'm gonna try it. I hope it works. I'm moving my mic in the right spot. Okay, I got it here. I can hear myself. I can hear you. You can hear me. And this is your fault. Because of you. Never forget that. Okay, here we go. I fixed it. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, there. I did. Oh God. Okay. Here. I got you. Okay, here we go. Okay. I'm gonna try it again. Again, this is gonna be rough. M. Almost heaven. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, flowing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, all my men gather round the miner's lane, water, dark painted on the sky, misty trace of moonshine, teardrops in my eyes. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, I born in the morning hours, song. Radio reminds me of my home far away. Driving down the road, I get feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Country road, take to play. I belong West Virginia, my mama, take me home down country road, oh, take me home, country road, oh, take me home, country road. There you go. There you go. You got it. You got it. You did it. I did it. I did it for you. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Did I do it? Did I do it the way you wanted me to? Did I do it the way you wanted me to? Is this what you were after? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? All right, hold on here. I'll do one more. This is actually really fun. This is actually really fun. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'll do a couple more. Okay, I'll just do a couple more. If I had shots right now, this would be the whole stream. If I get a single shot of tequila, this is literally all I'm doing all day. Okay? I'm not kidding. Okay. Hold on. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try this one. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometimes, then I spend the time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us, just the two of us. I'm not good at this one. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, not those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Oh, it's so good. It's the best part. Yeah. Okay, do you guys want this for the rest of the show? Is that what this is? You guys just want me to do a karaoke stream? Because I'm on it. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the two. We can make it if we try. Just the two. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way up high. Just the two of us. You and I. There's just the two of us. The one, just the two of us. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby, the two of us. Yeah, just the two of us. The two of us. Just the 1 + 1 is 2. Oh, yeah, just two of us. Just the two people, just there's nothing, no, there's there we go. That one was awful. I did an awful job at that. I did a terrible job at that. Yeah, no, we're kind of out of songs that I can sing. I think I can only sing like Country Roads. I think that's the only song I can actually sing well. I don't know. Is there another song I can? Is there a song I know? Do I know other songs? That was still amazing. You were really nice to me. You're really nice to me, and that's making me want to do more of this. People being nice to me makes me want to do more of this. Normalize being very nice to me and doing a lot of things that make me feel good inside. That's what I always. That's what I always say all the time. Karaoke, 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 karaoke. What would I sing? I don't know. What would I do? What could I? I don't know. Let me. Here. I guess I'll just put it in music. Fuck it. Let's go. You guys wanted this. I guess I'm doing this now. I guess I sing. I guess I'm singing. I guess. I don't know. Here. There you go. Okay, I'm trying to think of songs that I know the lyrics to, like know the beat of because I listen to them a lot. Anybody got any recommendations? I got any recommendations? Because you've dragged me into this. So, I don't know. I mean, I could try a couple of things. Go on. Here. I'll give this one a shot. Like "Comfortably Numb" is one of my favorite songs ever, so I guess I could try this. Plus, it's good for me because it embarrasses me on the internet. Anything that embarrasses me for you guys is pretty much what I'm after. I mean, come on, look at me. Not if you can. Come on now, I can feel it now. Well, I can easily get relax. I'm just the thing that there is no pain you are in. A distant smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through way. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Now I've got that feeling once again. I can't explain. You would not understand. This is not how I am. I have become comfortably numb. Dark Side of the Moon. I could probably do that. I don't know. I guess I'm not a good singer. I had to stress that at the beginning. I'm not a good singer. I like singing. I'm not a musician. I've never been a musician. I am not a musician. I've never been. I'm not good at this. But I like singing. So, well, actually, I have something. Okay, I'm good at this song. I'm good at this song. I know all the lyrics. I'm good at this one. Okay? This is what I'm decent at. I can deal with this one. Hello, DC. How you be? Sorry, I'm slurping. I took some slurp. You guys got my confidence up, and then I had to dash it down. That was the real problem. You guys made me confident. I squandered that, and now I'm down. And that's okay. Here we go. Okay, this one I can... This is a song that means a lot to me. All right, here we go. Done. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me breathe really quick though. Let me do a couple of breathes. Oh, and I have to do no noises. My voice is good? No, it's not, hon. I appreciate it, but like, you know. Thank you. Okay, here. Okay. I just actually hydrated. All right, here we go. Honor of the revolution, hath all hands again. Backlash to the backlash. There it is. That funny. There it is. That funny. Virgin get up, discount at the agenda. Take on rain. Female understand. Whole world at your feet. Live action fire. 20,000 years have been, and more to go. Carpool karaoke, Steve Aoki, Logan Paul. If you got past the gun range, the master. There it is, again, that funny. There it is, that funny. Reading for no girl, going for a ride. I can't find the key I want to sing it. I can't find the way I want to sing it. I can't find the way I want to sing it. Fuck. I can't find the way I want to sing it. Oh my god. I keep fighting myself on it. I keep fighting myself on it. Why can't I be good at singing? Why can't I be good at singing? Why can't I be good at singing? I used to know. Suddenly after the song, my phone is close to dying. Oh, it's all good. Hey, you know what? I hope you feel better. I give you 10 million smooches. Mwah. You deserve 10 million trillion smooches. Mwah. You're wonderful. Damn it. This one I can kind of. Here, I'll get. If this one doesn't go well, I'll go back to the drawing. Okay. spend my nights in a barroom. Liquor was the only love I know. So you rescued me free from the bottom and brought me back, being too far gone. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. That was horrible. Honey, I stay strong on your love all night. I look for love in all the same old places. Down at the bottom, bottles always dry. I always remember singing that part last week. When you poured your heart out, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. And you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as glass brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love. Oh. I'm gonna spare you guys the rest of that. I told you, karaoke is not a good idea. It ends quick. I can sing like one song. One song. Maybe 2 songs. I could try one. It's fun. Fuck you. Once I do more voice training, like a lot more voice training, I think it'll be good. You can tell everybody muted because of the lack of chat. I can sense it. Okay, last one. Legitimately last one, then I'm done. I gotta go back to drawing. I will keep burping. I will keep burping. Okay, you're gonna sing along. I know. Only in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my my whole life through. For I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. For I can't help falling in love with you. For I can't help falling in love with you. There you go. There you go. That's yours. That's yours. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed that. You can blame all of chat for that. You can blame everybody in chat for that. You can blame everybody here for that, and I did it for you. I did it for all of you. I hope you all liked it. I hope you had a good time with it. I hope that you loved it. And I give you another mwah. There you go. There you go. I did it. Mwah. Okay, back to the drawing. 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 That's what here's for. That's what everybody's here for. That's what the here is for. That's what the what is for here. That's what the here is what for. Why is my voice so low? What the fuck is going on here? Clean voice. That's supposed to be the thing. On. Hello. 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 Wow, my voice is so quiet. My volume is really loud too. I mean, it sounds clean though, right? Does it sound clean to you guys? I mean, I think it does. Oh, me. That was cool. That was really cool. Okay. Echo. It turned off the hear myself thing. It saved me from myself. Okay, I think that's good. I think we're set. I think we're good there. It shouldn't be bad at all. What does this do? Hold on. How does this sound? What's going on here? Okay, hold on. Noise reduction is really bad here, and it's really shitty, and everything about this kind of sucks. But it's trying so hard. This is a terrible block. Hold on. What if I do this? What if I do this? What if I do this? How are you doing? Where are you going? I know where you live, I know where you sleep, I know where you dream, I know where you keep your teeth, I know where to find you when you're hiding out in the street. I know you're alive, I know that you're here, and I'm gonna eat your bones. Now it's reverb. What else can I do with this? Can I use? Oh, wait, hold on.
Carl, what did you do?
Hold up. Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome in. Welcome into the stream. It's me, Asafel, your favorite creature of the night, your favorite beast of burden, your favorite wonderful, beautiful, incredible entertainer. I know that you've been dealing with a lot of things in the world right now, and that everything's kind of gone a little bit nuts speaking now. Tell me, what do you think of this? Oh, yes. Okay, this is really cool. This is great. I love this. I love it. 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 So, the March of Wall. Alright, what's this one do?
Coolest species on the internet. Since I am a protogen, I'll have you know that I know how to do everything with a computer. I'm not a furry. I swear I'm not a furry. I'm just a protogen. This is what protogens sound like. Totally not a furry. Totally not a furry at all. Protogens aren't furries in any way. They're actually computers, which is a totally different thing. Never call a protogen a furry. That's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. That's totally ridiculous. No one's ever been a furry that's also a protogen. That's not true at all. Ha 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 ha. I don't know why this is such a hot topic. Ha 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 ha.
Be good? You can't decide which goblin to watch right now? Me. I'm your favorite goblin. Come on, give in. Come on. Give in. I thought you said pornogen, not protogen. No, I'm a pornogen. I'm a pornogen, not a protogen. It's okay. People get confused all the time. I understand why they get confused, but it's a different thing. Honestly, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. You won't really have to be concerned about it for too long. So, okay, back to the drawing, back to the art, all that stuff. Gotta focus. It's fine. Here we go. Okay, back to this, doing art. So the big focus of a lot of this, as I said before, is to make it look very organic and gooey.
I'm a businessman with a business plan. I'm gonna make you money in business land. I'm a cool guy talking about
I love how
GameStop.
everybody
I'm
was like, "You're a
definitely
great
not
singer,"
a
and
cop.
then I sang, and they were like, "You're good for a beginner," and then I kept,
Because
they
I'm
were
not.
like,
I think
"Oh."
that you're a cop. I also think that you're a cop.
Which is
Now
correct.
listen, boys, you better both stop or I'll have you arrested.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
a cop. I'm a businessman with a business tan. I spend my days in a big black unmarked van. If you wanna talk turkey, I'm here to talk shop. I'm definitely not a cop.
You're a motherfucking cop. I can tell from the way that you stand. And you said that you worked in an unmarked van.
My audio's been off. What do you mean? Oh wait, how's my audio off? Is like my audio? Wait, hold on. Hold on. What do you mean? Hello. My audio off. My audio off. Oh my god, it really is. Holy shit. Okay, how about this? Is this better? Better or worse? Better or worse? Is this better? Okay, I have like the mic really close to me. Here. Okay. How about now? Does it sound okay to everybody? I don't know why it's like this. Maybe. Okay, hold on. I think I know what the problem might be. Open sound settings. No, not that. Audio devices. I need audio devices. Open volume mixer. That'll probably get me there really quick. No, it will not. That's fine. Whatever. Fuck. I can do this. Sounds. Give me sounds. There we are. Okay, recording software. Microphone. There we go. We're gonna go to properties, and we're gonna go to levels. That's correct, actually. Weird. Okay. The end of my words cuts off. What the fuck is going on here? Come on, dog. Why are the ends of my words cutting off? How about now? Is this better? All right, I'm saying words. Is this better? Hello. Okay, I'm going to say a complete sentence. I'm going to say a complete sentence. And oh yeah, no, it does really sound like it's off. It keeps on fucking up. What the fuck? How about now? Okay, hold on. Let me turn the mix down. No, it really just keeps trying to fuck with things. That's so fucking weird. Oh, god damn it. This is why I stopped using that one thing. This is what happens when you trifle with the fundamental forces of nature. Okay, you say that. You say that. Okay, hold on. There we go. Got that. Hold on. Hello. How about now? Is this better? I don't know if it's better or not. Okay. Let's try this. Enable if you're experiencing issues with audio cutting out. This feature may improve response time. Okay. It's not improving anything at all, actually. All right, so it keeps getting quieter. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So my words keep getting quieter as I speak. Yeah, no, I hear it too. I hear it too. That's annoying. That's very annoying. All right, let's go ahead and fix this then. Okay. Maybe your pickup sensitivity. That makes sense. I don't know how to fix that for this. But I know how to fix that for something else. Hold on. Let me. If I go into here, that. Why not that button? I gotta go over here, and that's the thing. This is the normal process for things. I go over here. I go to settings. There we are. Fix it best way possible by going to my audio and then changing the mic audio over to this, and then I apply it. Okay, so I'm still running into problems. You deleted Twitter? Good option. Very good option. That is the correct choice to make. Why is this being the way it is? How do I fix the pickup sensitivity? That's so weird. General settings. No. Fuck. Where the fuck are you? Why are you like this? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? You the thing that's causing this? I guess I just can't use voice mod right now. That's fine. Whatever. Let's go ahead and end voice mod. We'll kill it. Can you hear me? Yep, that's better. There we go. All right, fixed it. Fixed it, everybody. Fixed it. We're good.
I'm not a cop.
Fuck!
I'm a businessman in a coffee shop
That
with
caught-
a loaded pistol
that
and
caught
a
me off guard so hard.
So my wife got killed
There
by
we
the
go.
drug
All right, we're good.
cartel.
I'm not a cop. Businessman. There we go. Got it. We're good. Why does he have a gun? There.
Was that your police radar?
That was my business phone, and the cover they're referring to is When I Sung Money by Pink Floyd. Yeah, that's a business song. Saying business before another word doesn't make the whole thing business.
So I'm gonna make the scarf
Until
into,
I
like,
protect the whole
wings.
police system. Then oh look, there's a sniper pointed at my forehead. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. See this little red dot? Yeah, that's for a sniper shot. There's no snipers here, and there's no police plot. Sniper's ready. Do it now. Take the shot. I'm a businessman speaking with two
There we go.
friends.
Hello, Yago. How you be?
On their head. I don't know the guy who's dressed in camouflage with an M21 pointed at your friend's head. You shouldn't have said that. I think you've really upset him.
What do you mean you don't know me? I was the best man at your
I'm
wedding.
a businessman. I'm not friends with snipers.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah. Ah, you shot me in the leg.
Shot him in the leg.
Shot me in my left leg.
Shot him in his left leg.
He's a businessman who's definitely not a cop. He's been shot in his left leg.
How about now?
No, I still don't know.
So what we're doing here for all of this is just sort of sketching out the general idea behind the piece.
I told you I don't know his name. Oh, he shot
And
my other leg.
this is gonna be a, I guess, dragonfly wings is the general idea so far. Stuff like this.
Say my name.
I saw somebody do some Hollow Knight art that was really cool.
Wink Bexon.
What?
And it was basically this for like the coat.
Fine, okay. Name? I suppose. That's a pretty dumb name.
Twink Bexon just shot me in the tit. Twink, stop shooting my business associates.
I'm a bad cop, and if you couldn't tell, I also killed your wife in that drug cartel.
Call for backup or we're
My
all gonna
God.
die. Admit that you're police and
Hello,
say that.
Clinton.
Boys, I'd do anything to
Hello,
make this
Mittens.
stop, but I've told you before.
I'm not a cop. Guys. Beautiful. How you doing, Calco? Businessman. Oh. I took a burger bite. Burger bite, very good. I need to eat more salads. I just need to eat more salads so bad. Alright, let's, I'm thinking of like some, like, fuzz, almost. Something kind of like this. Torero muy picante. There we are. Something kind of like this. Transcendental cha-cha-cha. I'm glad you're doing good. Oh, by the way, on recent events for me, one of the things is that I'll be donating plasma soon. And as I donate plasma, I'll be able to take less commissions on, because the plasma donations are going to cover a big, substantial portion of my rent, meaning that after I'm done with a lot of commissions, I'm going to be moving it down to taking like 1 or 2 on a month, and after that, I will be focusing on, like, making my comic book as the primary thing, which is exciting.
Just relax. Close your eyes, open your mind, brace yourself and copy times. Somewhere out there, there's a planet just like yours.
Which, I mean, I wasn't expecting plasma to be the key to that, but I guess it is.
Except for one big difference, is you is not shit scared to.
Oh. Yeah, let's do the guts pose, why not? Let's do the guts pose. Everybody loves the guts pose. This one has a sword. It's the guts pose.
Slide to the right. Nothing means anything, or anything means nothing. I get them mixed up either way. Shake your butt. Second verse now, you're doing pretty well.
Put it like that. And let's go like this. This song, it sounds like la la. Oh, by the way, we're dual streaming, which is pretty exciting. I like that a lot. It's fun. I can't donate blood for another 6 months. Oh, I'm sorry, hun.
God damn it.
Gonna give it like sort of bug feet here, because that's a big part of this. Gonna move the shoulder down too. Like this. What up? Since that we already know so far. And that. There we go. This pose is a little dry. Gotta maintain better iron levels. Yeah, I've been dealing with the same issue. I've been taking a supplement for that, though. Hopefully that fixes things a little bit. I'm hoping. I missed anything? Audio echo and made me a little weird? I got you. No, it's all good. You didn't miss anything. Just drawing. Onto the draw. Other people won't use my school ID to donate blood. I have to use a driver's license or state ID, which I don't have. Yep, you gotta get that ID. You gotta get your state ID. As soon as you can to get that. It's very, very useful. It's deeply useful. There we are. I'm going to have the arm sort of more in like this, like that. There we go. Some places allow you to vote in the in some places it allows you to vote in the U.S. for student ID and stuff. Yeah, that's that's good, but it's probably gonna stop, honestly, because Trump is now pushing for like the revoking of a lot of voting rights. So we're most likely going to see a massive decline in voters' rights in America. There's already a large push to remove the take away a woman's right to vote, as well as take away like a lot of voting rights for people that are not appropriately American, according to Trump. 1 second, hold on. God, my butt's big. I got a big butt. Oh, I got a big butt. Oh, I got a big butt. There we go. Much more comfy. Actually, on that note, we should probably start watching this video. This is a video that Node sent in called Lawyer, Passport, Locksmith, Gun. A Talk About Risk and Preparedness by David Allum. I donate blood here in Brazil, but here is not something that you get paid for. In the U.S., you get paid for it because we have a hyper-capitalist society, and it's one of the only ways people can pay for blood. Hello, Phoenix. How you be?
Welcome.
I am finishing your commission this weekend, by the way. Mwah. So get prepared for that. I'm doing good,
to
Phoenix.
SaintCon 2022. We are going to kick it off with our last
I haven't
keynote.
seen this video, by the way.
This is, his bio is super, super, super long. It is very impressive, probably longer than my arm, maybe
Go back to my
both
performance
arms
rights.
combined.
Yep. Just anxious
The
and
core
tired.
group,
Honestly,
Tool,
I get you.
Red Team Alliance,
Remember, though, there are things
books,
worth keeping. There are things worth keeping on for.
runs, has
Interview
probably
Monday?
run training
Hell
on
yeah.
Physical security for pretty much every org that exists.
I'm excited. I'm
I was
excited
looking at
for
that
you.
list.
That's
It is
going to be
massively
cool.
long. It's super impressive. If you haven't seen him on YouTube, you're about to. It's my pleasure to introduce Deviant Olaf.
How's it going? We could hear me earlier. Can we hear me now? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. All right. There's going to be a lot of show of hands that I'm going to ask you. So we had the lighting doing little things
There we
earlier.
go.
You can bring these house lights up like another couple clicks because I would love to see everyone out there. We'll work on that as we're going. And as we're also going, I will mention
I like the elbow
this
spikes.
is not going to be
Again,
like
Guyver. Have
most
to do
of
that.
our usual talks.
Must have Guyver.
Very specifically, I'm going to call out things that are outside of the scope of most of our careers. But speaking about risk and speaking about preparedness for risk, the lighting is perfect, thank you.
There we
We
go.
are going to talk about some things that are political. We're going to talk a lot about a lot of underrepresented people and a lot of minorities and the threats they face that are very different than the threats people that look like me and a lot of you face. We'll talk
There
about
we go.
firearms because I do that a lot. I know it's a hot subject. It's not the whole talk, it's just one section. And we are going to talk about the penal system and what happens to people in cages and how to prevent that from happening to you and your loved ones and how to respond to
It
what you will
is
go through.
Genuinely terrifying that this kind of symposium needs to be put on for America right now, but genuinely good that this is here. Very happy that this is on. We, like I said, we very much need it. We very, very fucking much need it. I'm scared every day in America at this point.
If someone you know winds up facing the legal system. I said my usual abundant swearing. I've been trying to dial it back, especially, I mean, Snow and Jason set really nice examples. And I asked the organizers, I was like, so how family friendly is this event? They're like, we try to keep it pretty clean. I was like, well, shit. No, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe this will finally
enjoy
be a
this,
talk
man.
that my mom would be proud of, although she won't watch this one because of what's in it. No, it's for real. This is not just one of those things where you throw a slide like that up. Like, no offense at all. If it gets too real for you in this room, step outside. I'll just assume that you wanted lunch because we're running a little behind. It's not a problem. We're gonna talk about some real stuff. Starting off just about risk, though, right? How many people drive a car? Right? Life has risks in it. Driving a car, it has risks. We try to learn those risks. We try to mitigate
I
for
love
those
the
risks.
Evangelion,
And when
like,
people
cod
talk
piece
about
things, I
this,
try to
it's
use that a lot.
usually them saying, well, you got to get somewhere. Everybody drives a car. Because we think about highway accident as risk, but what about other risks when you drive a car? Have you ever had a problem with your car where it wouldn't start or wasn't running reliably?
We used to play for Blood 2, but that together with other bad practice made some of the some people with infectious diseases donated because they were desperate, disinfected, and eventually killed a couple of very public brothers from the same family that everyone liked at the time. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Here in America, that is a major offense if you donate while knowingly have some kind of having some kind of disorder, and like some kind of infection rather, not disorder. And if you get caught, it's serious trouble. And also, we screen a lot for that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm just glad I can do it so I can, like, I guess, draw more of my own stuff more often, rather than spend the majority of my time only working on commissions, because that's what I've been doing lately, and I've been wanting to work on my own stuff for a while.
You know, and you couldn't happen to be able to diagnose it or fix it yourself. How prepared you were in that moment and what the severity of that impact was can change how much anxiety it clenched you up, how much, you got impacted. If you're, out on the roadside, it's not working, oh man, what am I gonna do? Maybe you're someone who has a tow service. Like maybe you have a garage in town that you could, maybe it's even not dead yet. Like the car's kind of drivable, it's just making really bad
Hello,
noises.
Walker, how you be?
And you're like, I don't know, I checked the parts that are usually noisy and I can't figure it out. So you kind of limp it to the garage. And, you know, there's a need to get there.
What
but
you
the
doing?
urgency
What you
isn't
up to?
Extreme. Like, you drove there. You might be able to borrow a car or call somebody. You know, you've got shelter over your head. The worst thing you're really facing is maybe getting ripped off if you don't have a person you like to go to. If you've got a garage you go to all the time, they've been in your family, you're pretty squared away. You can address that. What if you're not in your area? What if you're far from home and you're on a highway and now you've like, oh man, this car is broken down. I think we're calling a tow truck. Do you know who you would call? Do you know if you have insurance that will cover a tow or not? Do you know if that's the fastest way to get a tow?
This is actually a really smart way in order to make the idea of like preparedness and self-defense like available to a large public, and a really good way of getting people who do not face some sort of undue adversity to kind of understand what it's like. Because all of these things are understandable possibilities for people who don't face some sort of systemic, hatred. Whereas it's very difficult for a lot of people in America to understand what those systemic issues might present themselves as. This is smart. This is really good.
Or do you spend like an hour and a half just on the side of the road waiting in some call center, and it would have been, oh really? I could have just called the local guy, and it would have been 20 minutes and $35. Do you know how far a tow truck will take you? They have range. Sometimes they'll say, yeah, well, you might have that garage, but I'm not going to take you all the way across town. I can only take you to these garages. These are things that can jam you up if you didn't plan in advance. Will they drive you in their car? Or do you have to get a lift? Do you have a bunch of stuff in your car? Do you
How
get
about
a lift
if you're eligible for disability,
So, like,
not
again, we're
expecting
talking
much?
about a little more
I feel
urgency.
you, hun. I feel you.
What if you're in a situation where there is no outside support? What if you do a lot of backcountry,
I tried
camping,
it once,
off-roading?
and they basically... I
What if you
tried
live in a place with
applying
harsh
for
climate?
disability once because of my ADHD and my PTSD, and they told me that I'd be eligible if I spent the next 6 months without any form of employment, and if I forsook any ability to employ myself from that point forward. I don't think he said his job, but he gets paid by companies to break into their buildings and assess security. That's a really fucking cool job.
Like this. Like, at this point, stranded away from services, that's a real urgent matter. We're getting into almost life or death, depends on how far out you're going in the mountains. Do you have a kit on you? Do you have first aid supplies, a little fire extinguisher, a jump box, right? How many of you this is a curious question. I have a little jump box in my truck, right, if my battery's dead. Who has one? You ever tested it? That's not all those hands. I mean, so maybe you tested it, but you didn't really test it. You tested it by using it the first time you needed it. And you're like, cool, I'm glad it worked. Or maybe it didn't. But you were just, perhaps at some neighbor's, house. You're like, oh man, I got to get home. Actually, we talk about this all the time with security and disaster recovery. Test your solutions.
Yeah.
If you're not testing them, are you really protected? Being unprepared.
Right here, I am so deeply unprepared for most things. This right here is a really, really good point about having like a bug out bag or anything that's like in your immediate, I need to go somewhere, I am in danger kind of supplies. You got to keep that stuff up to date. Great example of this, whatever food you bring. If you have some kind of bug out thing and you need to go somewhere, make sure that the food that you have in your bag is like up to date. Cycle it out consistently. Like, that stuff's not going to keep forever, and you don't want like a 6-year-old pack of brick hard stale crackers and some really fucking old water inside of your bag. You want to make sure that your stuff's up to date consistently. Here we get a problem with those that affects rich people. We usually become the best at that shit, and everyone gets access to it for free. Lack of gas from petrol for cars because of lack of petrol supply. Let's make alcohol combustion from sugarcane and a national state owned for extraction and processing petrol. HIV and cancer treatment for free. We just need a couple of rich people to be pregnant and homeless, and everything will be awesome. Honestly, fair. My bug out bag is having friends. Kinda same, if I'm being perfectly honest. That's my best assessment.
For bad situations has real consequences. We were just talking about cars, and the consequences were escalating in those examples. But let's talk about worse consequences. So I had a friend. This friend was in custody. They were arrested. And it's not a good place to be, right? The system is cruel. It is uncaring. Their contact with others was very limited. If you don't know how to use prison phones, if you don't know how this works, there's a lot we're going to get into in this talk about being incarcerated. And, they were trying to reach out. Eventually, we got loved ones and people in touch. Like, hey, where is that person? They didn't make their flight. And somebody calls somebody, and they get one phone call out. And we finally,
Watching
crap,
the
so-and-so's
Deadly Spawn. How you
incarcerated.
doing? Doing good.
We got to deal with this. And no one really had a plan. Like, you get enough smart people together, you can figure out, okay, well, I guess need a lawyer, so call a lawyer. But everyone was shooting from the hip. And that lawyer we first got involved, like they kind of sucked. And it was not great.
Raw.
They're trying to
Raw
do
and
something
real.
and they weren't communicating well. And meanwhile, the rest of us are figuring out how things like bail works while trying to pull out money and fill out paperwork. Eventually got them out on pre-trial release. And then you're like, all right, well, what do we freaking do now? And the lawyer's like, well, I don't know what to do. So we got a new lawyer, thank goodness. But they're like, okay, well, the venue is many states away. All right, well, okay, what do we do then? Do they take us there? It's like, no, they don't take you. They don't help you at all. The system sucks. You got to get yourself there. We're like, well, how did they have his passport? They have his wallet. Like, how do you figure it out? Learning how travel works, learning how hotel stays worked.
So
checking into a hotel when you have.
This is a big thing too. For anybody that might be detained at a border, which is one of the reasons why I'm not leaving the country under any circumstances right now, outside of escaping a severely dangerous situation and seeking asylum immediately. Leaving this country, the United States, is a difficult process. Not only on a financial level, because the U.S. will follow you for about 10 years after you leave the country, for money, taxes, that kind of thing, unless you're super rich. But on just getting through the border process. How many of you have actually been through a border? Because I've only done it once and I got rejected. Because I was not prepared for how much you have to do beforehand. That shit was awful. Also, nobody there cares and they kind of treat you like shit. Doesn't matter what border you go to from anything that I've talked to a lot of friends since my denial of access, and every border guard is apparently a massive asshole. They're condescending, demeaning, and like they put the pressure on. At least in my experience, that was the entire time. They were extremely mean people. I've never heard a story about a border guard that's nice to you. They expect you to have everything done immediately. If you don't, you are an asshole for even walking that direction. So, yeah, gotta know those things. Including me one time, the border of the former USSR. God, that's cool. God, that's cool.
Have no ID and no money. Like, a network of people was there to support this human. But the real crazy thing was the digital side. They were finally breathing free air momentarily, pre-trial, trying to get their life put together and actually get in touch with family, bosses, etc. And they couldn't log into anything because they had MFA turned on, right? So where's their MFA token? All right, well, they need their phone. Well, where's their phone? It's in a drawer somewhere in evidence. And like, what is it actually? So, okay, no, you were allowed to get that out of evidence. Well, now he's multiple states away. So they called the old lawyer, who sucks, and that lawyer was able to like get the phone and then what, like FedEx it? No, we needed to get in right away. So the person literally is on an unsecured line talking to this bad lawyer saying, here's how you unlock my phone and I need you to go into my multi-factor, like rattling off multi-factor codes on a terrible phone line. Like, while you're like charged with many bad things. Like, none of that is ideal. And it's all because things weren't planned in advance, the way we're going to talk about here.
Ooh.
Now, that eventually
I gotta get in
was a
contact
matter
with the border
where
lawyer
I
too.
think the good side
Immigration
prevailed.
in the U.S. are generally unpleasant at best. Oh, yeah, okay, so, fun thing. When I was rejected at the Canadian border, I came back in on the U.S. side. I drove in and drove out. I didn't even cross the border into Canada. I was in America the entire time. I get out of the car, I walk into the little office thing, and I give them all my information, say what happened, and they immediately like, well, okay. Do you have, like, proof of this, that this has happened? Luckily, I came directly from next door, so yeah, I had it. And they're like, all right, we need to call some people to verify that you didn't forge this, and you're gonna have to sit there, do not put your hands in your pockets, do not get on your phone, do not speak to anybody, do not contact anybody, sit over there in that corner, someone will be with you shortly. So a dude sat with me the entire time, watching me to make sure I didn't do anything wrong. They ran that information apparently across the street, I would imagine, talked to the Canadian border people, they talked about the whole deal, they searched the entirety of my car, they searched my wallet, ran my background check, ran all of those things, and they were like, okay, you're good to go. Why are you coming into the United States? And I was like, I live here, I'm just coming back. They're like, okay, we have to write that down. Do you have proof that you live in the United States? Yes, here's my ID. Okay, cool. They check it to see if it's forged. They check to see if there's a thing. And it's like all of this stuff, and it is exhausting. It was an exhausting process. when I told the immigration guy where I was from, I was there for a funeral, he asked me what my friend had died from. Yeah. Oh, I also got asked how much I make a year, how much money I had on me, if I had had sex with anyone recently, if I was dating anyone recently. They asked every possible question about my life. The reason they asked if I had any money on me is because I was to surrender any amount over $1,000 to the Border Patrol that I would then get back in a few months. If that. Which, fun, civil asset forfeiture in the United States is legalized theft from the state. Which is crazy.
And everything
he did eventually the grace to say sorry for your loss.
But it was at extreme
American
cost
borders
and
are
extreme
fucked.
stress. So the idea of this talk, lawyer, passport, locksmith, gun. I've had this cooking for a while. And the notion is, these are not exotic things, right? These are things that, I mean, they're the yellow pages, right? People talk about and use these all the time.
That was when Biden was in.
But when you have a need for one, you're like, oh, bro, I need a lawyer. Or like, oh, man, I need a locksmith right now. There's urgency afoot. There's usually, like, critical thinking skills have kind of gone out the window. So the takeaway is the best time to get a lawyer or a passport or a locksmith.
In America, Cuttlefish, no. In America, guns are not exotic things. That is not true. In America, guns are as normal as apple pie. The U.S. is insane, yes, but guns are not exotic in America. Everyone has them. It doesn't matter who. You could get a gun so fucking easy here. Guns ain't exotic in the USA.
Smith or a gun.
In a lot of cases, you need to have one.
Is before you need that lawyer, that passport, that locksmith, or that gun. And we're going to walk through all of these categories and a lot of real-world examples and some facts and some resources to hopefully help you all out. So lawyers, we'll start with lawyers. My wife and I have at least 10 lawyers between us.
Jesus Christ.
And that's, because we're of a certain age, we're business owners, this may not all apply to you, but like we have business lawyers for reviewing contracts and NDAs and all that jam. We have a criminal defense lawyer. If heaven forbid we're ever jammed up on something. And you will have brushes with the law if you live long enough. Most citizen law interactions tend to be roadside, traffic involved.
I have.
Maybe you're, not quite a Utah thing, but maybe you're coming home from a bar. And like, oh, did you not? Then we walk and turn. Well, we're going to book you. Well, we think it's a suspected DUI. Like, you might be facing it. It might be bogus. Do you have a lawyer to call? We do. I had a problem with the TSA. They didn't like how my gun was packed in my luggage one time. And, they kind of, they fussed about it. They called the police. They talked.
She can make herself spin! She glorious! Yes! Oh, look at that spinny cat. Look at the cat. Look at the cat. Oh, my God. Meow. I love that. Oh, my God.
Played video
That's
share
incredible.
for 5,000 channel points.
That's adorable. Yeah, some cases, if you're a homeowner in the United States, you are required by law to own a gun. Yes. I don't be able to live in a place where I need to have a gun. That's America, baby. I have, my first experience with a gun in the United States of America, outside of firing one on my own, which was a very fun process. I loved that. That was great. Was when I was about 13 years old. I was about 13, 14. My brother, my younger brother, one of his friends, and I were out on a sort of pseudo camping trip. My parents had a family friend. He had motorcycles. He had like he had a little beat up car that he would drive around. Lived out in the rural Arizona desert. Okay, so he's got like 4 different trailers. We're sleeping in like different ones. We're sleeping in tents or whatever. It's a pretty fun place. We're making like grilled cheese sandwiches on an open fire and telling campfire stories. But early in the morning, in one of the days we were there, we were like, all right, we're bored because we're a bunch of kids. And the guy's like, all right, well, you know what? Why don't you take my car, drive it around in circles in the property? Which, I mean, yeah, my brother's friend knew how to drive a car. He was 14, and we were in the middle of nowhere. It's illegal, but we're on this guy's private property. And it's like, all right, fuck it. Let's do it. We're kids. We got nothing to do. Let's go for a ride in the car. So we did that for about 3 hours. Oh. Hold on, what's this? We just got a black screen.
Are you ready to tell people what your name is? Yeah, let's tell them. You choose Moosey, and you choose Goosey.
Oh.
Goosey McMoose.
I love that. That's adorable. God, that's adorable. That made me happy. inside of a private property, all okay. Oh yeah, no, just straight up, it was fine, generally speaking. We drove around, had a good time, drove down a couple of the roads that were in the area, until we went on the main road. So, okay, this does not involve cops. I want to dissuade you of the idea there. This does not involve police. The neighboring area with the dirt roads was owned by friends of that family friend. Those guys saw 3 people inside of their friend's car. One of them looked at us. He was a 6-foot-tall, chubby white guy with a big white beard and a cowboy hat. He walked outside holding a shotgun and then leveled it at the car as we drove by, and he aimed it down the road at us. We kept on driving. There wasn't a scope or anything. He was just aiming a shotgun at us. We kept on driving and we're like, that was scary. Let's do that. Let's take a back road back. So we take a left on a dirt road. We're traveling down this dirt road. We're heading back. We're a little bit scared. And then we see a white Ford Bronco barreling down the road at us. And we pull over at the side of the road thinking there will be a conversation or something, thinking something will be happening. I don't know. We were scared. And we were young. My brother was 12, I was 13, and the friend was 14. Or I was 14 or 13, somewhere in there. Well, we pull over. Another car comes out of a dirt road that was adjacent us. It was behind where our car was, leading out to another property. He pulls up and he pins us in, like, on the side of the road by pulling up and parking diagonally against the bumper, while the Bronco pulls in diagonally facing out towards the road, pinning our car in place so we can't move. At this point, we are legitimately scared. The guy with the cowboy hat and the big beard walks out with the shotgun pointed directly at the windshield, and then I hear a knock on the back window behind my head, and a guy is standing there with a Smith & Wesson revolver pointed at the back of my head, and he says, "If you move, I'll fucking kill you." So I turn around, the horrified 14-year-old, and he says, "What?" And then he realizes I am a 14-year-old, and that the car is full of kids. He then, while keeping the gun on me the entire time, calls over to his friend and says, "Hey, we got some kids in here." Now, he also kept using a bunch of racial slurs for whatever reason, and homophobic slurs the entire time. Which, cool. None of the racist slurs applied. None of the homophobic slurs applied. He just kept saying them. He was dropping hard R N-words over and over and over again for no reason at all, okay? So, dude with the cowboy hat, shotgun still leveled at the kid in the front, behind the driver's seat, and my brother, who is now just, like, panicking. I'm sitting there just trying to breathe, like, okay, are these guys gonna kill us? What's gonna happen here? They call over to the family friend. They tell the family friend, like, "Hey, we found some kids that stole your car. You want us to handle it?" Because, the guy who's having the conversation is, like, directly outside of the window. And he's like, "Oh, okay, hold on. So, whatever. He lowers the gun, tells the friend there's some kids that he knows, and it's all right. They tell us to get out of the car because, the guy is on the way. We do that because these guys have a shitload of, like, they have guns. They have guns! Oh, by the way, the guy with the Smith & Wesson who pointed at the back of my head had another gun. He was, like, akimboing revolvers. I don't know why, but he had 2 of them. We get out, and the guys give us this dressing down about how we need to be careful where we go out here, because if we didn't get a call that said, or if he didn't say that he knew us, like the family friend, we would have just been buried in the desert that day. So this dude, big man, is telling these children, if you weren't friends with this guy we know, we would have shot you in the head and buried you in the desert. So, be careful. Guy shows up, he yells at them, we go back, we leave the next day. That was my first experience with a gun. America, baby.
Okay, and they put me on the plane.
The idea that personal property is more
7
valuable
months
than the
later, I got
person's
a
life
letter
is
in the mail.
bananas. Yeah.
It said, "Mr. So-and-so, this was in the incident you had at this airport. You have been found to violate this, some FAA. Please check the box. Do you accept, dispute, pay the fine, and forget about it?" And I was like, well, the fine's a few $100. I could just pay it and forget it. But this is not like a bridge toll. I'm not signing anything involving gun laws until I run it by a lawyer. And I did. And he was like, "You should probably run this by a firearms lawyer." So I do that too. I have just specialized firearm lawyers for regular things, for NFA things that I own. My wife has special practice lawyers for her consulting firm. They get really into the CFAA, and they want to make sure that they are not going to find, people bashing down the office door. Estate planning. We're going to talk a little bit about this. We're going to talk about things like powers of attorney and wills. This is something that it used to not be fashionable to do. It's like, oh, we don't talk about death and dying. It became more acceptable
because
to
armed
talk about
dumbasses who never should access to guns. Yeah, no, there are plenty of them. There are plenty of them. I have been in houses with people because it's not the only time a gun's been drawn on me. I want to stress this. As a proud American, that is the first time a gun was drawn on me for something, not the last. Almost every American I know has a story about a gun being drawn on them in some kind of scenario. That is the first time I've had it happen. I think my whole life I've had, I want to say 5 guns drawn on me for different scenarios. And that's about it. That's about it. Both in threat and in joke, surprisingly. That sounds like some of the fucked up stories I heard from Cold Case Files. One of them was in Arizona. Yep. Yeah, Enzo, that's how it is in the U.S.
Planning. You go through a lawyer for that. Let's say you got to go on the offense, right? We've had people in our world, we've had stalkers, we've had unseemly people on occasion, we've had people who had to collect a debt from or something. We got lawyers for that. We'll talk about immigration law later in the passport section. It will come up. And there's, again, I have someone on I am represented by, and I have brought them in on certain cases you will learn about. Civil rights in particular for underrepresented minorities and vulnerable populations, lawyers who understand what certain people are going through that is different. We will talk about the need for that and if that applies to you, knowing the right person to call. And we also have one more special lawyer. I'll talk about that towards the very end. But yeah, this is lawyers we have actual attorney-client relationships with. We're not paying them all monthly, right? We pay
I should specify about something. I have never been accosted by somebody with a gun outside of that gun owner's, control. The people who have accosted me with a firearm are people who owned that firearm legally and were looking for a reason to use it under the idea that they were defending themselves from me, regardless of whether or not any of that was valid. It was never valid because I wasn't threatening any of these people under any of these circumstances. Case in point, the driving thing. There was one point where I was at a house party and I walked into the wrong room. And that was it. That was the whole thing. I walked into the room I shouldn't have. And the guy pointed a gun at me and said, "You need to fucking leave." So I did. The other time was I was on a friend's property and he jokingly pointed a gun at me that he surprised me that he had and was like, "Hey, you better watch your step." It was loaded, which was stupid and horrifying. I was very mad at that friend and I left and he was like, "Well, you're lucky that I like you," and I never saw them again. And then there was, wait, no, that wasn't a gun, that was a knife. Right, that was a knife. Sorry, I got confused. Another dude, a guy held a knife to my throat and convinced me he was going to kill me once, because he wanted to pull a prank on me when I was in high school. It wasn't a gun that time, sorry. He said that if if memory serves, it was something like, my DNA is all over this house. My DNA is all over this house. If you bleed here, it can make it look like an accident. I could probably just kill you. This was the night we stopped being friends, for the record. And they held the knife to my throat while his much stronger friend held my arms behind my back. And they pulled sort of a Billy and Stu at me, like they had just watched Scream or something. In reality, they were both giant pussies, and they cried when their parents found out. Their parents were told, obviously. And they found out, and they blamed me for it. They were like, "Oh, you pussy, yeah, blah blah." They called me, a bunch of different slurs and stuff for being gay. I wasn't out at the time or anything. It was just 2007? No, 2004. Sorry, 2005. It was 2005 when that happened. Ah! What? We got a sticker party. Sticker party time. Do sticker party things. Here we go. Put as many stickers as you want on the screen. There you go. My mom didn't show me anything like that. Yeah, they didn't do well with their parents afterwards. Never saw them again. Oh, by the way, for the stickers thing, there should be a plugin you can find pretty easily. You just put a bunch of stickers on. Hello! I think you just hit exclamation point sticker. And hello, Umbawag, how you be? Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah. As many stickers as you want to put on. Okay, I know that the plugin is if you like scroll down on the page. Like if you scroll down on my about thing, there should be a sticker thing there. Stickers, bum bum bow bow. Stickers, bum 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 bum. Stickers, bum 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 ba da bum bum. Stickers, bum bum ba da bum bum. Stickers, bum bum ba da bum bum. Oh my God, we got the stickers. Ow, bum ba da bum bum. Ow, bum ba da bum bum. Bum ba da bum ba down ba down bum ba down. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it very, very much. Mwah. Mwah. I appreciate this very, very deeply. Thank you very much for this sticker party. Thank you for putting these stickers on the screen. You are wonderful. Mwah. Give me them feets. I'm going to give you my feets. Gonna give you my feets and I'm going to bite you. I'm going to bite you. I'm going to bite you. You can't stop me from biting you. I'm going to bite you. Mwah. Hello, dar. How you be? What's going on, honey?
This is in addition to all the other lawyers I could make jokes about. Like, I'm friends with a lockpicking lawyer. I could call James Reeves, the firearms lawyer. He's my buddy. All of my friends at EFF, like half my friends are lawyers. That's why I drink so much. But all right, let's get to the worst case
baby,
scenario.
can you help
for
Cuttlefish
As I
find
said,
the sticker thing?
Most of the time in your
You're
life,
not incompetent,
the worst
it's
place
weird.
you're probably ever thinking about ending up is in handcuffs, right? And not in the fun way. Has anyone in this room ever been arrested? Willing to admit it? Right? Has anyone ever been detained?
I've been arrested and detained.
A little more hands there. I've never been arrested. My wife's been arrested. Tara's been arrested. I've been detained. I was in San Francisco airport. I was asking too many questions about the firearm check-in process. So I was officially detained for 15 minutes by SFPD. So, you get a little paperwork for it. Now, that's a very brief interaction. Many of my friends, a very non-zero number of my friends, have experienced far, far worse in terms of detention. And the system, no matter how brief your interaction
Is it
with
part of the app?
is cruel.
On mobile? Okay.
And it is callous, and it is inhumane. And we will revisit this theme. Many of you, I believe, with those very few hands, have not seen the inside of the coldest, worst places that we create in our society. They are horrible.
Oh, yeah.
And minimizing your exposure to that and your loved one's exposure to that is something to talk about. There are great resources out there, right? Flex Your Rights, it's a 501c3. It's all about educating the public about, just regular citizen police interaction. They have terrific videos. The old one called Busted is still valid to this day. Their newer ones, their production values have gone up, but check these out, right? Steven Silverman, the whole group are doing a great
Big agree. I've been in a jail cell before, and in an American jail cell. It is genuinely terrible. I was stuck there for like 4 days, and all I did the entire time, I did not eat, I did not shower, I just slept. I just laid down and slept. The food was disgusting and extremely poorly made, like worse than you're thinking. The bread rolls they gave had mold on them, and a couple times, at least twice they had bread mold. They had mold on them. They gave us like these weird like chili bean things and some cornbread. The cornbread was good. Don't get me wrong, the cornbread was good. I like that, but it's hard to fuck up cornbread. But yeah, I just slept for like 4 days. You'll paint my feet claws? Good. I'll paint you with my feet claws. Mwah.
job.
Never had a gun drawn on me, but I do recall my stepsister trying to scare me with a knife. Oh, God, that sucks.
They're
That
easily
sucks.
watchable. They will give you a toolkit of language that you use in terms of, no, thank you, I'm not discussing my day. No, I don't consent to any searches. And learning how to workshop it, watching along with these really cool, like, acted out scenarios, it gives you something to try to invoke and try to remember how to stand up and say, no, excuse me, I don't consent to any searches. If you're just pressed for time, you don't want to watch the long one, who's seen Shut the Fuck Up Friday, right?
Shut the
It's
fuck
a
up
great
Friday.
clip. Yes. You shut the F up and you ask for an attorney. Now, this is not like you've seen on TV. If you really want to dig into it, like, you can just take a Crim Pro class. Professor Joshua Dressler, his criminal procedures class,
right there.
it's available in audio form. I'm not a law student. I loved it. It's just, it was old
Boopity,
cassettes
I
that I
boop you,
ripped. I have
LS.
the MP3s.
Mwah.
And it's all about what the police are and aren't allowed to do and what searches are and aren't permitted in different circumstances. It's fascinating knowledge. So let's say you're actually hip to this. Let's say you watch Law & Order, you know, I want my attorney, right? How do you get a lawyer? Movies and TV give you a wildly misleading idea about how this works. You may be in a holding cell for hours and hours. You may have to say, I don't consent to any searches. I'm not answering any questions. I would like my attorney dozens and dozens of times. You think it's bad, like trying to buy a car and the one car salesman leaves and switches you to someone else? You will get this. You will get different officers and different DAs coming in and out, trying to say, just want to explain what's going on here, and say, I'm not making any statements.
Okay.
I'm invoking my right.
A thing with this in particular that is absolutely infuriating, that will happen. It will happen. When you are dealing with police in the U.S., they do not care about your rights. They don't. The rights are an inconvenience. The rights are to be removed and ignored whenever possible. Every police officer in the entirety of the United States of America will go out of their way to make sure you violate your own rights by trying to misinform you about what you can or cannot do, what they can or cannot do, what they do and do not know. They'll say things like, well, we have evidence that you did it, so just confess. They don't have evidence that you did anything in any way. They are allowed to and encouraged to lie to you. They will tell you that your attorney is on the way 3 hours after they have decided that they are going to do the call tomorrow to get you to keep waiting in a room while you are waiting to talk to your attorney. I have seen police leave a person in a room while being recorded for 8 hours, and all they did in that time was sit there for 8 hours. That's all. Just 8 hours of leaving the person alone in their room. No talking to their lawyer, no talking to cops, nothing. They told the lawyer that the person wanted to speak to them and waited to do so about 4 hours in. Then that was about when the lawyer was not available or something. Then they waited till the next day to bring the lawyer in. They kept the person in a holding cell overnight. I did have a tour guide and a visit for the old Maitland jail pretend to lock me in a cell because she was a self-described psychic, and an unspoken reaction to her psychic powers was pretty clear that she was full of shit. She was going to teach me a lesson. Unfortunately for her, I was completely unfazed and realized at worst that I was going to have to wait about 10 hours until the morning. Incredible. At which point I was going to have the satisfaction of making a life a living hell for her psychic ass. Incredible. The cops say, what are you hiding? Or we're the cops, we could do anything. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what they do. Police are like that in America.
To counsel.
What if you're broke to afford a lawyer? The state must provide a lawyer to you. There is no way the state you will get a lawyer. You will get a public defendant. That is how that works. You will get a public defendant.
Tell us what happened. Literally write down and say, what time is it? It's 10:45. I am not making any statements. I am invoking my right to counsel. And you hand it to them, and it's written down. And you will still just be thrown back in a cell for a while. Let's say they do give you a phone call. Do you even know where you are? Did they tell you what institution you were taken to? Try to get that information before you pick up the phone. They'll be very helpful to let you call somebody, but then they clam up and they're full of no information. They're as unhelpful as a stock boy in a grocery store when you ask, what building am I actually in right now? You may be held for ages. Your phone may be dead. You might have a good number that you want to call and it's in your phone, right? Let's another good question. How many people even remember phone numbers these days?
I do not.
There's way too many hands. Maybe you're awesome. I don't. I remember my wife's phone number, my own phone number, which isn't helpful in this matter, and the phone number of the house where I grew up where no one lives anymore. Everything else has gone down the drain with most of my brain cells. If you're in custody, and heaven forbid your phone is right there, and they say, oh my God, I'm going to call my lawyer, their number's in my phone. You know they won't just hand you your phone, right? No, Officer McGillicuddy across the room will say, oh, it's in your phone? Yeah, I'll unlock it for you. What's your passcode? Yeah, he's in your contacts? Okay, I can rattle that off for you. And now you're trying to what, talk to your lawyer while your phone is unlocked across the room? So no, if I'm in custody, I will say, I would like my phone call. My lawyer's number is in my phone. And they say, oh, what's the unlock code? I say, no, my lawyer's number's in my phone. Take the phone case off. Doesn't matter if my phone's broken, dead, smashed.
That's smart.
My phone number is in the phone. I strongly recommend you make a little card and keep it in your phone case, in your wallet.
Smart. That is
Again,
smart.
If you are maybe you're at a public action, at a protest or something, you may be very badly mistreated. You may have your devices taken, smashed, plenty of this. Your devices may be destroyed, but if you have the phone number in hard copy, you can make your phone call. Or if you really expect to be arrested, you put the National Lawyers Guild phone number for your territory on your arm in Sharpie. It's a very common thing to do. Now, what if you're on the other end of that phone call, right? What if a loved one calls you from police custody?
All right, hold on, I gotta pause that really quick. Riddle for me. Forwards, I am heavy. Backwards, I am not. What am I? Okay, hold on. Forwards, I am heavy. Backwards, I am not. Okay. Forwards, I am heavy. I got nothing on this one. I can think about it for a little bit. Forwards, I am heavy. Backwards, I am not. What is... Okay, what am I? This is why the Riddler would fuck me up pretty bad. Granted, I would just shoot him in the kneecap, but that's just me for the Riddler. Forward, I am heavy. Backwards, I am not. A waterfall? Is the answer a waterfall? Did I get it right? Also, yeah, no, Yenzo, I'm kind of the same way. I clam up really, really hard anytime I speak to police as much as possible because I don't trust them, because I shouldn't. A ton. Oh, that's smart. That's cool. And, people are not, the policing system is extremely unfair to people who are nervous or do not have, or who are in any way non-neurotypical. It's very frustrating.
What are you going to do? Have you ever drilled it? Have you ever actually practiced this call? Because they're not going to be thinking very clearly. They're going to be very stressed and upset. It is incumbent on you to say, I love you, how are you? Before you even say that, the first thing is, did you shut the F up? Don't tell me why you're there. Don't tell me what's happening. I don't need to know. If you're the loved one getting a phone call, you are the fire department at that point. You only need to know two things. Where's the problem, and I got to get out the door. That's it. Your job is to show support by getting the problem addressed, not by talking. People, you are always being listened to if you're not aware of this. Mm-hmm. There have been people, and I've known them, who have started to spill the beans. I wasn't even there, and it was, Susan, and then Susan gave the thing to Bob. No, that is not the time for that. Your job, if the loved one is calling you, is to say, I got this. People are on the outside working for you. You do not make any statements. Counsel is involved. And then you put the rest of the plan into action. We'll talk about.
That is a really, really
but that's a little
good
heavy
bit of
there. We're going to
advice.
talk about things.
That is a really good bit of advice. My brain's stuck on Star Kid, and a blowjob was all I could think of when I heard the riddle. Beautiful.
that are different than that. We'll come back to lawyer in a little bit. Lawyer's kind of the heaviest one, especially because of some things in my life recently. How about section 2 of this whole talk here? Where's my mouse? There we go. Passport. This is a little more fun. Travel. I like travel. Who here likes to travel? Excellent. Show of hands. Who does not have a valid passport? There's some hands. Who does have a valid passport? All right. I like to see more hands. That's very good. I'm curious. Keep those hands up if you have 2 passports.
What?
There's a few hands.
Wait, why would you need 2 passports?
Does anybody have 3?
Wait, whoa. Why?
Hands start going down.
What?
Really
Wait, hold on.
Does anyone have more than 3?
What?
Oh, I don't see a single hand. Damn. If you do, come meet me. I want to meet you. You're badass. That's dope. They don't have to all be from other countries.
Why?
You can have multiple U.S. passports. This is my buddy AST. These are 3 of his passports. Yeah. Anybody got a black passport? You live in that black passport life, that diplomatic life? Get out of trouble in all the foreign countries. It's not true. Everyone likes to say that, I could get in a bar fight in Amsterdam. No, it just means you're not explaining yourself to the local cops. You're explaining yourself to the ambassador. And they don't take bribes nearly as well as local cops. So that's the whole thing. Anybody live in the maroon passport deal? I'd be shocked if anyone has a maroon passport. They are super rare. And it means you do spooky stuff with the DIA and some shit. No, this is AST. This is his full collection. These are all valid passports at the same time.
What the fuck?
But that's because he does, spooky things.
That is terrifying. Why? Oh, God. I have a passport, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very happy for that, but holy shit, that is scary. What the fuck? Canada passport, U.S. passport, U.S. passport, U.S. passport, a diplomatic passport, official passport, a United Kingdom's passport. What the fuck? My lord. If you have dual citizenship, you can. True. As a boundsman, you have to interact with police a lot. I've I've had to take issue with my body cam, which I legally have to have. And though due to my connection with the court, my write-ups hold weight. Interesting. You have 6 passports? Dar, what are you? Are you my NSA agent? Dar, are you the one tapping all my phone calls? Because if so, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me. That's the law. You gotta tell me if you're spying on me. Because that's cool. I'll be weirder. If you're spying on me right now, I promise you I will be weirder. I can make it more interesting. Mwah.
Things. He has triple citizenship. He does government
interesting.
work.
You should get that.
We'll talk
Goldfish.
about things that are a
You can get
little bit more achievable in this room.
Awesome.
Starting with having a passport. That first question when I said who doesn't have a passport, I try not to be super proscriptive. I don't like to say absolutes in this world on a lot of things.
Cool.
This is pretty much
that
an
makes
absolute.
Sense.
Everyone
I
should
can't afford to
have
get a new passport, and now
Almost
it's illegal for me to change my name or gender marker on the state. Yeah, I saw that one coming, so I ended up getting my... I didn't get any name change stuff done, and I didn't change my gender on my passport as a means of specifically dodging what I knew was going to happen with passports based off of the early reporting. If you can get your passport set up in any way right now, do it, and get out of the U.S. If you can leave the United States, do it right now. Full stop. Full stop. No, it's not the law to tell you if they're a cop. Oh, I know, it was a joke. It was a joke, Stoneskin. It was a joke. It's not the law. They don't have to tell you if they're a cop. If you enter a country on a given national passport, that's the country you have to request consular assistance from if you get into trouble. Interesting.
No exception to this. And there's travel is a good thing,
totally
right? It's one of the few things you can spend money on and come away wealthier. But there are actual things that will arise in your life, like
can't even
why
leave
are
the state?
passports so critical?
God, I feel
they
you.
might be for jobs. My wife regularly puts a lot of effort into bringing women and people of color up to stages all around the world at different events where she works with
Demi,
governments,
enjoy your
IGOs,
jumping.
NGOs.
You're wonderful. Mwah.
Who would like a free
Silver
trip
Dragon.
to Paris, right? Do you want to turn that down? Because she's like, hey, that project you were working on, it would be great. We're going to bring you to the OECD and talk about that. And you're like, oh, I don't actually have a passport. No, be ready with that, right? What if I hit the lottery and I take everyone to Ireland and Scotland, we go on a whiskey tasting tour, like my 50 best friends or something. I want you to come with me for that. Opportunities come and like, bang, you have to be ready. But there's not a lot of urgency there. Let's get a little more urgent. What if you lose your primary I hate the stock. Who's a dumb enough person to like leave their whole wallet? I hate stock footage, but you know, let's say you don't just lose your whole wallet. Let's say you lose your ID, your ID card, your license. It's not uncommon, frankly, in a lot of firearm spaces. If you're renting a gun, you give them your license, okay? And maybe you forgot it there. And you all go home from this trip, and it was real fun. And, oh, it was cool, we shot the machine guns. Oh, shoot, I forgot my license. It's back at the gun range. It's actually really hard to kind of like do normal life things if you're missing an ID and it's your only ID. You can't really drive legally. You can't check into hotels. You can't get on planes. Having a spare ID in the form of a passport in a drawer somewhere, that's useful even domestically.
That has helped me a lot, I'll be honest.
And
I use my passport for fucking
under
everything.
real ID, they're going to ask for, like, do you have a passport, a birth certificate, etc. Getting just your driver's license back, it's very helpful if you have maybe a passport with you. It's a good thing to have. But let's get into more urgency. Maybe you have a loved one who has a terrible situation overseas. Maybe it's a medical emergency. Maybe it's something, you know, super shady with like, you know, some foreign government is like accusing them of a crime. And you've got to get on the horn with you. And Citizen Services Unit, by the way, is who you call. U.S. Citizen Services Unit at the consulate, at the State Department. There's who you want to spin up. But you can, you're going to get overseas. Maybe there's like a hotel room full of stuff. Are they going to throw it in the street? Are they not? Maybe they had a young child with them who's in like what? The care of the hotel now? And like, you got to get over there. And being able to move at the drop of a hat and get somewhere around the world if someone has an emergency of any kind is critical. There are ways you can get an emergency passport from the State Department.
There we go.
They all involve medical urgency.
Safe check coming in. Thank you very much.
A direct relative, so it has to be blood family or a spouse, which maybe it's not that for you. They also have to be like dead or dying. Someone in hospice, someone who has just expired or is in incredible grave life-threatening situation. If someone's just, you know, locked up on some weird charge,
get a drink. I'll be right back.
And they're not your spouse or your mom, State Department's going to say, yeah, that sure sucks. Here's the phone call for Citizen Services Unit. We'll see what we can do. Having a passport is something that can get you over there to just help manage the situation on the ground. Maybe you're fleeing a threat. I have friends who have had to flee their homes. They've been swatted, they've been targeted by FASH. Like, they didn't have time to frig around and like deal with paperwork and wait 3 days for a passport. They had to be gone.
I've returned.
having a passport is really important in a lot of lives. So I've talked about multiple passports at the start, though. How is that possible? What's up with multiple passports? Those of you who have one, maybe you want to start living a bigger accessibility, different parts of the world. For a lot of people, 2016 was a catalyst.
Come on.
A lot of people I know personally who have felt really unsafe. The rise of fascism has been on its way for a while now since then.
Come on.
And we're not out of the woods yet with this last election. It just kind of pumped the brakes slightly on that. There are still real risks for a lot of populations who are targeted in this country.
Fun fact, it would stay bad for a long time. So this was made before Trump got reelected. Yeah, it's worse now. It's way worse now. Living la vida loca, baby.
And I know people who are like, man, I wonder if I could get dual citizenship. You really can. A lot of us are pursuing it and have been for a while. It's kind of like the old adage, like in the movie Casablanca, right? The time to think about how to flee your country is before you
need
have
to flee your country.
flee your country. So do the paperwork if you're interested. There are a lot of nations that you might not believe have a pathway for you to get citizenship, full passport, and on. There are a lot of nations typically that have had a large diaspora over the years to America. So take Ireland, great example, Ireland. Do you know during the potato famine, Ireland lost most of its population? Not to just death, but like most people just left.
Yeah,
and they went to the US, Canada, other places of the world. There are tons of people who has Irish ancestry in this room.
Oh,
There's a lot of us. So if you have Irish lineage, if you have Portuguese lineage, Italian lineage,
I have all of
if you
those.
have the right chain of relatives, you can apply for dual citizenship. And it's a good deal for you and for the country.
Holy
Because
shit,
it costs
I have
something
all
to
of
put this
those.
paperwork.
I have all of those. I have Italian, Portuguese, and Irish. I should, oh yeah, okay, I'm writing that down. Fuck, okay, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go.
Here and a lawyer here and court filing fees. These European nations know the only people who are going to try to do this are people with professional careers, some discretionary income, and they want to reclaim you as part of their tax revenue, as part of their value to their economy. They want you to come over and they want you to live there a little while. Maybe you'll buy a little property. It makes sense for them to want to reclaim this diaspora of learned, minds. They will have a path forward. And some of them really make it open doors in terms of, like, let's say, I speak...
I would love to live in Ireland. Are you kidding? If I could live in Ireland, my lord, if I could live in Ireland, oh my God, if I could live in Ireland, if I could go to Ireland, I want to live in Ireland. I'd live in Dublin in a fucking heartbeat. My God, that'd be cool. Living in Ireland? I fucking hate the royal family. This was made for me. Plus, oh my God, everything's green there. Like me. Like me. Like me. I could be green and also in a green country full of the green and the little folk. I'm 1 generation off free Dutch passport. Holy shit. Wait, my grandfather was from Ireland. To my knowledge, my grandfather was from Ireland, like directly. Hold on. Honestly, if I could get into Ireland, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. From glen to glen and down the mountainside. I can do it, see? You're from one town over and I hate ya. Granted, I mean like, Mexican food's better. I can make it there. I'm really good at that. Okay, I'm down. Also, Demi, you deserve to get a Dutch passport. You deserve it. Look at some countries do generational passports. I mean, I didn't even know this was a thing. I will be pursuing a generational passport to Ireland. Straight up. Because the thing is, leaving the country is the easy part. It's the part where the country demands you stay back. When you come back is the problem. Wouldn't that also give you the ability to get that arm fixed? Oh, no, that's fucked forever.
I can speak to Italy.
That's fucked till I
know
get money
the
for
Italy
it, baby.
process very well. You have to have a great-grandparent or better who was Italian. But maybe you didn't. Maybe, oh, shoot, it was like great so-and-so, and now they're all dead. You can do the paperwork, pay the money, and have the dead ones posthumously declared Italian citizens, even if they were living in America.
Oh,
and then, hey,
my
guess
God.
what? You got a great-grandparent who's Italian. Do the process for you. Yeah. You just have to do paperwork, right? Even if you don't want to do this right now. These are things that you can start cooking, right? Get with your favorite relatives, your old relatives, and start a family tree. Just literally start cranking it out. Do the genealogy thing. Figure out where your relatives are actually from. Dear God, get the spelling of their names right. Because if you ever go on genealogy.com and all your shoestring relatives have like
Also, Arcos, I am drawing the next bit of this commission for Dane. I'm drawing the next character on that list. Why are you so hungry? You're hungry because you might eat food. You gotta eat food if you're hungry. Eat your food. Eat your food, creature. Mwah. Sometimes you can all get citizenship, a certificate of patrimony, or even if you can't get citizenship. Would having that, okay, hold on. Would getting my passport, my pathway to citizenship, allow me to just move to Ireland? If I got would that be a thing? Could I just rent an apartment in Dublin? Like, is that how that works? Like, I'm legitimately asking. I actually have no idea. Wait, what's about Ireland? Apparently, if I have, because I have Irish, like, ancestors, right? My grandfather was Irish. To my knowledge, my grandfather came from Ireland. Like, legitimately was from Ireland, right? Apparently, I could get Irish citizenship, according to I guess, whatever this is. According to what's going on in this video. If I file the right paperwork, I could just get Irish citizenship. Which, I mean, if that's true, I have an egg on my head. The egg on my head means that I'm quite smart. That's why I have this egg on my head, because it means that I'm smart. That's what the egg's for. It shows that I'm smart. That's what it's always been for. I didn't know this was a thing. You'd be able to prove my heritage, though? I mean, I could probably do that. If you have Portuguese blood, you get EU and Brazil. According to my grandmother and according to my father, I'm Irish, Portuguese, French, and Italian. As long as you get the paperwork. Holy shit. My fucking God. They don't teach you shit in America. You don't learn shit here. You do not learn shit in America. They don't give you a thing about a damn thing. They do not tell you a thing about a damn thing about a damn thing. Who is eligible to apply for Irish citizenship by descent? You might qualify for Irish citizenship by descent if you can show a direct family lineage from you to an Irish ancestor, usually a parent or grandparent. If one of your parents is an Irish citizen through birth, ancestry, or being listed in the Foreign Births Register, you could be eligible for Irish citizenship. If your parent was born in Ireland, you're considered an Irish citizen automatically. My God. Oh yeah, America actively fucks you up. It's bad. Should be easy to prove you're Portuguese. Just take a picture of all these, all the geese on my porch. I will eat you. I will eat you. I will eat you. I learned this because I have Spanish nobility. Could someone show me how to do that? How do I find my lost relatives and shit? Video, help me.
To fill in the tree, and you get 18 different spellings of one name. Try to clean that up. Get it the actual details. And then when you get the time, start reaching out to the Department of Vital Statistics or the Departments of Health or old funeral homes. You're going to have to get birth certificates, death certificates. You're going to get your own paperwork while you're at it. I recommend getting, if you don't have a certified copy of your birth certificate,
I have that.
Just get a few.
I have that. All right, hold on. Do you qualify for Ireland citizenship by descent? It can be passed down to an individual with an Irish parent, grandparent, or in some cases, even great-grandparent. Ireland allows for dual citizenship, so if you qualify, you can enjoy the benefits that come with Ireland dual citizenship, such as an ability to live, work, and study in Ireland, the greater UK, and even the EU. Oh my cock. I could have that? What? There's no way it's this easy. No. There's something's gonna go wrong. Something's gonna go wrong in this process. I'll start it. I'll do it, right? I'll begin it. Something will go wrong though. Like, do I need to be in contact with my grandfather? Because I don't know where the fuck that guy is. I don't even know if he's alive. I'm like 90% sure my grandfather's dead. He was a piece of shit and left my grandmother when they were very young. You have to fill out the paperwork correctly? Is that it? Do I need to be able to talk to these people? Like, is that how that goes? Do I have to talk to them? Because, like, I know the names of my family. I need their papers. Can I just get their papers? Do I need them for that? Holy shit. Well, I've got some reading to do tonight. I could have done the same. Yeah, my family lost my grandpa records. I would be in Glasgow by now if not. Well, I guess I've got to go hunting for that. Hey, Maxie, how you doing? I guess Maxie, I guess I could potentially have Irish citizenship by descent from an Irish relative. Huh. Well, it depends on what you have. Nothing. I have nothing. Generally speaking, I have nothing. If my grandparent was born in Irie, you should be able to apply for the copy of the birth certificate from the relevant authority there. Okay. I'll talk to my dad and see if I can get anything. Would I be able to find that through like through an ancestry site? Is that a thing I can do? Like, is that a legit thing? Like, actual question. Do those ancestry sites work? If I go on one of those ancestry sites and I hunt all that down and get that paperwork and that information, is that a thing that I can have? Because, like, yeah, that'd be fucking awesome. There a start? Okay, I'll start there, I guess. You need to talk in Brazil. I need to track down document places where my family members got registered. Holy shit. Whoa.
These are just PDFs that you download from this department or that department, and then you got to fill it out and send in your check or money order for like $17, and then you wait for it to come back. It takes a lot of time, but it's not a lot of work. The work is done by an attorney. You will get an immigration attorney. Please make sure they speak both your language and the nation's language where you're going fluently. We've had some hiccups with some friends there. But they will just push things through the court. Just let it wind through the court very slowly. And make no mistake, there's a cost involved. You are going to basically buy a decent used car and drive it into a lake. You're just going to say goodbye to like $5,000, $6,000 at the end of this. That's on the low end, depending on country. But to have that, to be able to understand that you can then have the freedom to travel, and all it cost you was learning about notaries and apostilles. Apostilles, like a notary on steroids. These are terms you're going to learn. It has to do with how documents are accepted in international courts. I've learned all of this in the process, just by doing a little reading, printing a few PDFs, sending some envelopes out. 6, 7 months later, the lawyer's like, oh yeah, by the way, we got that thing back from the court. Here's the next step. They tell you what to do. It's not that hard. If you are thinking of any kind of name change or gender marker change, do that now, because you want everything to match as the paperwork winds through the system. I'm not really going to assume that like Italy is going to understand a gender marker change, not with the fash they just voted in. Speaking of gender markers, if you're considering an X gender marker, foreign countries may not understand what.
Oh yeah, no, that's a whole thing. I'm glad I dodged that. The General Register Office, if you want to obtain an original Irish birth certificate, you'll need to contact the GRO directly. You can order and pay online by mail or in person. The cost €20 for a standard certificate or €5 for an uncertified copy. My God. Don't stream Hades when you have to work early in the morning. Oh, yeah, don't do that.
That is,
it'll microwave you.
Talk to your lawyer before you decide to do that here. It could have implications. But the end result is incredible freedom. It is an emergency exit if where you are turns bad, and it gives you the freedom to live and work. All the tax problems of like working in other countries and are you allowed to work for 6 months and not 6 months, all that goes away with a foreign passport. There's rankings of like what passports are best. Don't put too much into that and don't dwell too much on that. You can see like the American passport gets you to these countries but not those countries, and the Singaporean passport has, you know, more. The power rank really, again, like the top one is the UAE. It doesn't mean you can go everywhere. You can't even come to the US without a visa. Power rank just kind of entails what regimes some countries are willing to deal with. Because if you trade a lot of guns and oil, like sure, you can go to a lot of authoritarian countries, but honestly, the European passports are the hot ones. And a lot of you might have a pathway forward on that you never knew. And if this interests you, I encourage you to look into it. It might be something that's really, really achievable. There are crazy loopholes. Like if you're British, if you're from the UK, do you know you can surrender your citizenship to do another citizenship and then get it back? But you can only do it once? It's like blowing an E-fuse on a circuit. It's like, here's your one shot. Hope you got that update in. All right, go. Maybe you don't have a past. Maybe you have no family. You don't even
Also, have a good night, Maxie. Mwah.
Real name. I don't have any citizenship elsewhere. I'm just some guy from America forever. I mean, it is true. You can just kind of buy citizenship, right?
What?
Like St. Lucia, $40,000 overseas investment. Now, is it the most powerful passport on that rank? Not the most powerful. But some people, they're like, I don't want to go through all the trouble of this. I'm just going to drop coin on that. Maybe you can just drop $500,000, live in Amsterdam for 5 years. You can become Dutch.
Can't do that.
Portugal's the hot one now for a lot of business owners.
Cannot do that at all. That is too much money. Money really does run everything. Get a copy of birth, marriage, or death certificate. Holy shit. I got to do that tomorrow. Or tonight.
There's a lot of tech company business owners I know.
My God.
They are doing foreign investment. If you have fluency, you learn the language, you do foreign business investment, you get Portuguese citizenship, get that EU passport. Let's say none of that appeals to you, but you still kind of thought it was cool when you saw someone with multiple passports. You can get a second US passport. 2 valid US passports at the same time. Absolutely possible. You can Google this. Google applying for a second passport book. Sometimes this is because you have to travel to multiple places that do not like each other.
Department of Social Protection, apply for a gender recognition servant revised birth certificate. I will keep that as well. Thank you very much. That is very, very useful. Bolsonaro was trying Italy's citizenship to escape Brazil's justice. Of course. Of course. You know what would be really funny is if Bolsonaro is finally struck down by whatever eldritch entity keeps cursing him with diseases. That'd be very funny.
If you have to fly into Ben Gurion Airport and land in Tel Aviv, they don't want to see stamps and visa stamps in it from like a bunch of other Arab nations. If you have to go to the UAE or Dubai, like I'm going to fly into Dubai, they better not see an Israeli passport stamp. So you can talk to the State Department and say, I've got this travel. If you just do a ton of travel, if you work for a multinational, you show the State Department, like, look at my travel history, look at all these visas. I constantly am sending my passport away to get a visa. They're like, all right, you can just get a second one. That last one, sending your passport away to get a visa, this is the other, even if you don't do a ton of travel,
behold,
this is something you can do. So if you're traveling on that big map, like some countries need a visa. You don't do that when you land. I mean,
did a cool Master Duel? What did you do? Also, Dane, I'm working on your piece right now. Behold. I'm designing Guyver armor, basically.
But most of the time, if you want to go to China, you have to tell China, hi, I am not Chinese.
Actually,
I would like to come to your
Ben
country.
Gurion Airport
Here's
is
my
fine with
travel
that. It's more
plans.
Arab
Here's my
countries that have
business.
problem
Here's
with
why I'm
Israel
there.
visas. Yeah,
And they'll say,
that makes
okay,
sense.
send us your passport to the consulate.
The Ben Gurion Airport is the one in Israel, right? Am I not mistaken? Am I not mistaken at the moment? Hold on, let me see really quick. Major airlines suspend Tel Aviv routes after missile lands near Ben Gurion Airport. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that is not going to accept, right now at least, no travel from an Arab country outside of official business is going to be accepted by that airport. They're it's Israel is going very close to isolationism as their idea. Like the small spikes on them, good.
We'll set it all up, we'll put the visa, we'll glue it in there, and we'll get it back to you. This is not fast. It takes a little while. That's why passport expediters exist. A. Briggs is a famous company that does this. Like, we'll do it fast for you. They just pay people under the table. But what you do is if you're going to China or India or someplace that needs a passport with a visa, your visa's in process, immediately book travel to like Canada. Business travel, it has to be business travel. Book the cheapest Canadian business conference in Niagara Falls, who knows? Then you call the State Department and you say, hey, aw shucks, I have business travel overseas and China's got my passport. Who could have foreseen? And the State Department will issue you an emergency passport. You can sign up for the, you say, all right, so this many days, come in, emergency appointment. Now, it won't always be valid for the full 10 years. Tara's second passport, hers is valid for 4 years. But having that in a drawer,
I need to do this.
that is a good thing to have.
You felt like you were playing Devil May Cry Master Duel? That's cool. It won Max C Challenge with my friend Smith Musketeers and actually managed to OTK my opponent. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Again, like, you're overseas and disaster, hotel is on fire, and you're out on the street, and you're like, oh man, I really want to get home, and I'm in pajamas. You could do like the Franca Potente thing in like Born Identity and be in that long line of like not having your paperwork and the consulate's trying to help you, or you call your friend and you're like, hey, go in my safe, get the spare passport, and take your passport that I know you have, and just come get me the hell home. It's worth thinking about depending on your life circumstances. One more bit on the passport section. When you get your passport, when you submit your DS-11, which if you don't have a passport, fill that form out. Download the form and just tell your friends, I'm finally going to do this thing. Just get the drugstore photographs. Your friends will lean on you to make sure you get it done. Or you're renewing your passport, that's the DS-82. Get the extra pages. Just get it. It's barely any cost. It takes so much time and pain in the butt. If you run out of pages in your passport, which I have done, and then you have to get the blow-in pages, like that stuff you glue in your yearbook, and it looks all crappy, just get the extra pages from the get-go. And also, get a passport card. My favorite piece of ID is my passport card. It is not my driver's license, it is not anything else. It's the one that's always on me, because it's the best ID to ever have. It's accepted everywhere. It's a federal ID. I can go into courtrooms with it, you name it. I can show it in bars or whatever I want to do. And it doesn't have any information on it. It has no address. It has no personal, it is me and my birth date. Yes, I am an American. The rest you do not have to know. Just sell me a whiskey. I don't scan it in. It's not going to scan on that bouncer's device. It's a great thing to have. And it's good for overseas travel via land and water. You can go to Canada and Mexico with just that card. It's a great backup to have.
Really?
All right. Are we still digging on any of this? You're being really quiet. Like, are you smoking with it? All right. Now
I like this guy's vibe.
It's gonna go. So I'm glad you're happy now. We're gonna get all happy, then we're gonna get real sad. I haven't rehearsed this talk without crying, so we'll get to that part. Locksmith. Most locksmiths do what we'll call daytime work. A lot of locksmiths, they'll cut keys, they'll sell you locks, they'll do installs. There's nothing really urgent there. But a lot of people who need a locksmith, they need them when something's urgent.
Yeah.
They're literally locked out. It's nighttime. They can't find someone with a spare key, et cetera, or they're in a parking lot. They've got their car. They've locked their keys in their car. This is when people are vulnerable. People get preyed upon by scammers because if you don't know who to call, you are vulnerable to the person who picks up the phone. You say, yeah, locksmith. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll be right out there. And they might not be a real locksmith. They might just be someone who put a bunch of Yellow Pages listings and they cause a bunch of damage and overcharge you and break things and leave. This is a real well-known problem. How do you mitigate for it? By getting a locksmith before you need the locksmith.
There's no equivalent of a passport card for an Australian passport. That sucks. And I'm sorry that you can't get a dual one. I need to get another passport for sure then, and I'm definitely going to be pursuing the Irish citizenship thing because that would be phenomenal, actually. I have a lot of people I have to talk to about this. At Bolsonaro's election in 2018, I did plan to get a Uruguay. You plan to go to Uruguay. Brazil has a treaty with some of South America countries, all with land borders with my state identity. Every person in Brazil has one. I can walk to those countries. That was my plan. That's really fucking cool. I wish there was a plan to get out of America that I had that was a little bit like more concrete. It's just that America is designed to keep you as a citizen in it forever. You are never meant to leave this country if you are born here. The idea is actually heavily frowned upon by people here in America. The idea that you'd ever leave forever is something people usually take as a direct insult. This country is very brainwashy. And I'm not saying that to be like cringe in 2012 Green Day or whatever. I'm saying that because it's a real thing. Like, never talk, like, common American things. I don't know if this is common in other countries. Do not talk about your critiques of America with people in public. Do not talk about how much you get paid ever to anyone. It's considered extremely gauche and extremely bad manners. Never argue with your boss about how much you're going to get paid. Do not talk to your landlord about how much you think rent should be. You cannot haggle with a landlord ever under any circumstances. Only keep your emergency contacts to the people that you either pay or are related to. What are some other ones that are weird? Always stand for the national anthem in public unless you want somebody to be very angry at you. You have to know all the words of the national anthem usually. People get really weird about that one. And I don't know if other schools have a thing with this. I've always thought that it was weird, especially looking back and knowing that certain places don't do it. In America, when you are a child, you have to, every morning, stand, place your hand over your heart, and then pledge your allegiance to the country, in that you say, like, what was the Pledge of Allegiance again? You make a Pledge of Allegiance every single morning. It's like, everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody is meant to stand. If you don't, you get the tension. People are really mad at you. It's like, I pledge my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There it is. It's like fucking riding a bike. It never goes away. And you have to say that every single day, your entire school life. Every day. Every day. All full stop. Every day. All the way through high school, all the way through your through elementary school, all the way through you did it in kindergarten too. Kindergartens do it sometimes. You pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America every single day of your public schooling career. And in private schools, it's weirder. Private schools have a version of that too. Fortunately, the pledge is no longer a thing. I think. Oh no, they do it. They do it. At least when I was substituting, that was a thing. It completely shocked me. I completely forgot that it existed. But when I was, I'm substituting a class of high schoolers, and then, boom, thing comes on, all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, everybody stands up, faces the United States flag, places their hand over their heart, recites the entire thing in unison, sits back down, goes on with the rest of their day. And you cannot do it you can't say no unless you are willing to get in trouble over it. Also, yeah, the violation of the First Amendment thing, that is a thing that's been brought up so often in line with the Pledge of Allegiance thing that it is a joke in most movies that involve bringing it up. If a movie brings up the Pledge of Allegiance, you'll have the, like, bad boy kid who's, like, not like anybody else, who is, like, really annoying or meant to be really, really annoying, bring that up and then get shut down immediately. It's considered unpatriotic to not stand for the pledge. If somebody is singing the national anthem at a sporting event, you have to stand no matter what, because like it's a social thing. You have to do it. It's always one of those things. It's everywhere. The Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, speaking positively about America at all times. In fact, most places in America, if you talk about the Civil War, someone will tell you, and I have never been in a spot where this doesn't happen, someone will tell you that saying the American Civil War was about slavery is a reduction of what it was actually about, which isn't true. The Civil War was about slavery. The nuances people bring up about it are about how people argued nuances about slavery. The reason the Civil War happened was because of slavery. And people will argue tooth and nail that saying, yeah, the Civil War was about slavery is actually not only not true, but very, very mean to America. If you say that, like, you don't support the Iraq War, you don't support the Vietnam War, you don't support the Korean War, you don't support any number of wars that America has been in for the past 60 years, you'll get side-eyed by people. If you don't consider, as an American, all American troops heroes, and I'm not kidding, this is a thing. I don't consider all American troops heroes. I think a lot of the troops are fucking assholes. And you know what? Troops would agree with me. My opinion on American troops has been formed by my friends that have been in the Marines. That's just kind of how it is. All my friends that have been in the military have convinced me very thoroughly a shitload of members of the U.S. military are idiots. They're total fucking pricks. They're not heroes. They're not special. They're assholes a lot of the time. Not all of them. Some of them are really fucking cool. A lot of them, total dickheads. And you know what? That's fine. They're just people. But if you say that to somebody at a bar, you're getting kicked out. If you say that you don't like the U.S. military at a bar in America, chances are somebody will threaten to fight you. I'm not kidding. it slipped, sorry. In fact, if you have a job in public and you say that you don't support the troops, there's a chance your job, your boss might have an issue with you. If you have a job at a Subway and you have a Twitter and your boss finds out about your, sorry, not Twitter, you have a Bluesky. I'm not going to keep mentioning Twitter. That's dead to me. If you have a Bluesky and on that Bluesky, you say, you skeet out, I don't know, like, fuck George Bush, or Bill Clinton was a rapist, or Donald Trump is a fascist, and I hope he shits himself to death. Like, if you say any of that shit, that's free speech. You can say that. No one can have reprisal against you. Okay? Not even a business is supposed to have the ability to hurt you for saying that kind of thing, because it's targeted at that individual person. You're saying it based off of those things. That's all, right? You say that at a job, you're working at a Subway, your boss can fire you. In a lot of states. In Nevada, it's a right-to-work state. You can be fired for any reason, and a lot of those reasons can come down to not being American enough. We used to have a pledge in my day, but I think it eventually realized it was a cringe, and B, a violation of free speech, so they canned it. Good. In fact, in America, it wasn't Christian enough, so they added the under God bit after a while. My parents have always been anti-government. My mom was declared legally deceased by the government after signing a petition against the government in 2002, and it was revoked in 2009. I can't understand why they would choose to, the U.S. to move to. I don't know, dude. I don't know. And hello, Haven. And hello, Queen. Mwah. I physically can't stand, even if it was the national anthem. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Like, the United States is... And like, the more you learn about the rest of the world as an American, the more you realize how bad America actually is to live in. And how hard it is to physically leave. Like, I've critiqued America my entire adult life. One of the most common things you will hear from people is, well, if you don't like it, leave it. Which is, one, extremely fucking stupid, and two, a lot harder than you think. I would leave America if I could. If I get this Irish citizenship thing, I am moving to Dublin, and I am never coming back to the States. I am never stepping foot in America again, because this country is very bad. Not a great place to live. But it takes forever to, like, come to terms with that. I love my country. I love America in a lot of ways. I love what it should be, but it's not going to be that in my lifetime, and I gotta just move on. You criticize the U.S., yet you live in the country. I am very intelligent. That is unironically considered to be, and I am not kidding, high-level political discourse, according to a lot of Americans. A non-insubstantial amount of Americans will hear you say that and view that as an actual brain-tickling genius gambit. A non-insubstantial amount of Americans will be told, like, great example, this fuckwit I used to argue with at a gas station that I went to pretty regularly, was convinced that trans people are like, never existed in history, right? Flat out, never existed, because he didn't learn about them in school, okay? So, I presented proof, indisputable evidence of the reality of trans people, okay? Objective, real proof, as in meeting the standards the guy had. And he said, and I'm not shitting you, okay, that might be proof, but I still don't believe it, because I know I'm right. Most Americans operate on that platform alone. The majority of people, you can present them with objective reality, and they will go, no, I don't like that. I'm not going to listen to that. If it was Northern Ireland, you might be eligible for a certificate of patrimony for the UK too. Oh, neat. Oh shit, I can bitch about the king. Well, I mean, I already bitch about the king, but I can bitch about the king while living in its country. In favor of the U.S., you guys have more buying power than many other places. For example, Brazil is one of the countries with more people access to the internet at any time. Majority of them access only through smartphones because it's the only hardware they're able to buy and in need needed for other things too. This is fair. The problem is, yeah, no, it'll be gone soon. And the United States uses that particular thing, like the existence of little treats, and as a means of making sure you are satisfied with everything. It doesn't matter how you live here, right? is as long as Americans are able to get the $5 jalapeno poppers and you know what? I'm not going to steal Hassan's sentence for that. I'm going to make my own. Brand new sentence. Brand new way to say this. As long as American can burger, American will not rebel. The key to the American Revolution is the dissolution of Borger. The moment America not have Borger, America fall apart. They don't have free speech in Ireland. How will you stream? They do have free speech in Ireland. See, thing about this, clan, is free speech does not work the way America says it does. Okay? In the UK, most countries have free speech in the colloquial term. In most countries on the planet right now, you can critique your government and the government will not come after you. 1, because they don't care. 2, because it's illegal in their own way for the government to do that because people have decided upon that. The First Amendment as like a thing is deeply overhyped in its function. There are rules about free speech that exist across the world, and America's not special in that way. America has rules about free speech, but they're not exactly that strong or that good in general. They're just kind of like bog standard, the government can't arrest you for protesting kind of stuff. U.S. free speech is not free speech by for almost any other decent country. Yeah, we're actually very far behind on that. Very far behind on that. Okay, great example. Great example. In the United States of America, you are totally allowed to be a Nazi in your private home. That is not actually free speech. That is an example of a negative freedom. When understanding freedom in general, there are positive freedoms and negative freedoms. A positive freedom is a freedom that is sort of innate, right? Like, you are free to go outside, walk to a park, and walk home, and no one can stop you. You are free to collect rainwater and drink it if you would like to. You are free to cook yourself a succulent Chinese meal. No one can stop you. Those are positive freedoms. Now, a negative freedom would be if someone is free to murder you, that is a net loss of freedom, right? That idea, not good. If you are allowed to be privately a Nazi, you are actively hurting. Hold on, I know TNT. I'm gonna get to the rainwater thing. I'm coming back to it. If you are allowed to be a Nazi, that is not free speech. That is allowing a negative freedom, which will lower the total amount of freedoms for the people involved, because the Nazi will work to make sure people don't have a voice that they don't like. And then they will cry foul when you say that they shouldn't be able to be a Nazi, because they'll be like, oh, what? I gotta be tolerant of you, but you won't be tolerant of me? Even though, no, not all ideas are created equal. And we had a very loud, very angry discussion between 1933 and 1945 about being a Nazi. Everyone was there, and according to the completely destroyed cities, Nazi bad. You're not allowed to be one, okay? That argument's done. No more Nazi. The whole world was involved. It was the second time that kind of thing happened. So, that being, like, banned, right? Not being allowed to be a private Nazi is actually a more positive net freedom, right? By blocking out their ability to do that privately. A lot of countries stop you from being a Nazi privately. You can't be a Nazi in public. You can't do Nazi shit. You'll be arrested. You'll be fined. America lets you do that shit because it just doesn't care. It doesn't give a shit, right? Also because a lot of American government was run by Nazis. Google Operation Paperclip. And that's just an example of how American free speech is very fucked. Deeply fucked. Yeah. Oh, you only care about the collective rights but not individual rights? Oh, clan, no, I care about individual rights. The thing is, Nazis aren't real people, and I don't want them to have rights because, again, and I cannot stress this enough, they are Nazis. I don't care about their individual rights. If anybody wants the individual right to be a Nazi, they can, for all I care, fall into a large pit and burn alive for all of eternity. I legitimately do not care about anyone's individual desire to be a Nazi. No one has that right. Full stop. I don't care. Free Luigi, he didn't do it. He was with me. No one can prove it. We're going to have that here in a few months. Help me. Oh, yeah. I feel you. And on top of that, I am an Epicurean hedonist. I believe that the greatest amount of good to the largest amount of people while minimizing as much suffering as possible is the best way forward for all of humanity. I think that is the only meaningful way to allow humans to advance and survive going forward. And I do not believe that individual rights are meaningfully harmed by disallowing individuals from doing things that are going to hurt the majority of people. A great example. You say you only care about collective rights, not individual rights. I'm against an individual's right to murder somebody. In the natural world, somebody could kill somebody. You know, two people go outside. There's nothing in the universe that's going to stop one from stabbing the other one to death. That doesn't mean I want them to do it. They're not allowed. That's a freedom they don't have. You're not allowed to kill people. Great example. I'm against the person's individual ability to dox somebody. I don't think you should be able to do that. That should be illegal. Sure, that's against the person's individual freedom, but they shouldn't be able to do that. Full stop. It is an entirely reasonable thing, I would say, to have that perspective. The universe can't stop me from doing this either. Oh my God, delicious. Thank you, Gabby. You're awesome. You're wonderful. Yeah, the tolerance paradox. Great example, Laser. The paradox of tolerance. You cannot tolerate intolerance, no matter how much of a right they have to their opinion. As I've said before, and I will say again, not all opinions are created equal. Some opinions are just fucking bad. Some opinions are just bad things. That's just how it is. An opinion is not sacred. It can be changed. A fact is sacred. That's reality. That's the real world. What do I say every day? You can't jump out of a window and argue the sidewalk out of your way. Some things are as they are. And if you base your life around those realities and you move forward based off those realities, then you're going to live a happier life. A lot of Nazi people don't do that. All right, let me see here. Whew. The U.S. is a fucking nightmare right now.
A brick and mortar locksmith shop. Get to know who they are. Say hello. Look for maybe the Aloha logo, or go to findalocksmith.com, which is how you can search for an Aloha certified locksmith.
I mean, a cabinet
Walk
case.
in
Oh,
the
of course.
shop. Say hi. I'm in the area. How long you been in the area? What do you do here? Do you
Hey,
have
every
a
day.
lockout service, by the way, and after hours? Oh, it's this. Can I take this card? Cool. Do you do automotive as well? Not everyone. Oh, cool. You do automotive. Nice. Well, that's awesome. Well, while I'm here, I'll get a copy of my key. But nice to know you're around. And then you save that number, and then you take that spare key, because how many people actually have a spare key to their place? You should consider and what you're doing with that spare key. Like, holy Christ! Please don't use this lockbox. We had Lockpicking Lawyer here, and you've seen his videos, like the Master 5400 series. All of these style of lockboxes, even the clones, they are terrible. You can watch him rip through all of them and decode them on all of his videos. Do not use that as a lockbox for your spare key. The one I actually like is made by Supra, the Supra C500. I haven't found a way personally to destroy it. LPL, if you're watching, do a video about this. Make me cry and look wrong at this. But yeah, maybe that's one way to keep your key outside. Automotive is a fun one, by the way. Here's something for everybody out there who has one or two big vehicle keys, especially if they're chipped keys or transponder keys. Go ahead and, if you want, get a spare key, because if you don't have a spare key, you don't go to the dealer, you go to the locksmith. They can do the exact same thing. It's not going to void your warranty. It's going to cost you way less. But get one more car key cut on bare metal. No chip, no transponder. That's the key that you go under your vehicle's frame, look for a hole, and zip tie it to the frame of your truck or your car.
I don't like how that
Because
works.
if you're locked out of your car, you probably were driving it. You're either in front of your house and you're like, oh, I left my keys inside. Or you were like loading groceries at Target and the wind blew and the door's like, oh, damn it. And your keys are probably right in the car if you're stuck outside the car.
Let's see
A
here.
metal key like that with no chip, that'll open the door. That key does not help anyone steal your car. Even if some master thief was like under your car, was like, oh, a key. What are they going to do? They're going to open a door and then they can't start the car. If someone wants to get in your door, by the way, they're not crawling under your car, right? If you have something on your back seat, they're just going to break the window. This key under your car doesn't really hurt you. It only helps you. So again, you realize, oh, shoot, my keys are missing. What am I going to do?
But yeah, bleh. The clan, dude, if you're still here, I hope that didn't, I hope that clarified my view on things to you a little bit. Yeah.
They're in the car. I see them in the center console. Damn it. Take the metal key, open it up. There you go. Again, plan for it before you just came off a ski lift or something. It's negative 14 a billion, and you're friggin' like trying to get the kids in the car. Oh my God. I know how your winners are out here. Have that little metal key. Cost you $5.
Newcastle
you
Big
never
Boy?
think
Explain
about it
that.
for 5 years.
Don't just
until
say
the
that.
day you need it. Or, be your own locksmith. I was just down in Texas, my buddy Brian.
I'm based in
and he was
Houston.
like,
Yes,
oh man,
true.
I love that lockpicking stuff. And now I keep picks
I'm
on me in
correct
case I
about
need
things.
to get in my house. I don't want to keep a key outside, but I keep picks outside. I'm like, that's pretty badass, man. You should also know a locksmith. Like, meet some locksmith in your town, but like, do you, homie? So yeah, get the locksmith before you need the locksmith. Get the spare key before you need the spare key. All right, part 4, gun. It's a touchier subject.
Here we go.
I will try to be dispassionate.
Here we go.
I will probably fail.
You're watching the key video? Yeah, I got you.
Humans are bad at risk assessment in general. The concept of like need a gun is wildly off base with reality.
I was just hoping to clarify my perspective.
For
Large
most
brain
people,
spiders already packed in
most of the
Wait.
people who feel the most threatened in this world are some of the safest in our society.
What?
We saw this during the pandemic.
Jacob, I have no
Everyone
clue
was
what
just
you're talking
staying
about.
at home.
My car's a
You're
death
not
trap,
going-
and I only know how this metal hell box works. Incredible. Oh, it's a species from a thing. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't have a car, which sucks, but they're expensive, so what am I going to do? Plus, I used to live in Vegas. I just walked everywhere.
out in the
Or
world
a friend
meeting people,
drove
but
me,
you gotta
you
have
know?
that gun in your home, I guess. All the gun purchases skyrocketed. How many people saw that? There was a bunch of young kids,
Always buy
teenagers,
guns?
walking down the street to the mayor's house for
yeah,
a protest.
having a gun's
and the
a good
McCloskeys
idea.
came storming out of their house with their guns because there were some black teenagers on their street. I remain to this day amazed at the restraint showed by that crowd of kids.
Oh, yeah.
Not a single person drilled this dong wagon with a round, with a gun pointed right at. That is unbelievable poise. And you can guarantee.
I need to mention something else here, by the way. Okay, I'm going to pull this up. I think guns are cool. I'm an American. Hot take there. This woman should never be able to own a gun under any circumstances ever again. Here's why. 1. Her trigger discipline is fucking garbage. She has her finger on the trigger of a loaded gun pointed at protesters because she's mad they're on their lawn. That, by itself, disqualifies her from ever owning a firearm, ever, under any circumstances, in my opinion. 2, she pulled a firearm on protesters because she was angry that they were protesting. That is the weakest shit. And I'll get to her bullshit dickless boyfriend, too. All of this applies to him, too. She's just standing there right now. So that's 2. They drew guns on protesters because they were mad that protesters were there. 3, they took these guns out to accost people who were not attacking them. They were the aggressors here. And this is a big thing about gun safety. You do not draw a gun on someone unless you are in danger. They saw people outside, went to get their guns, grabbed their guns, walked outside, and pointed them at innocent people because their feelings were hurt. Because these are a couple of petulant, stupid, selfish, asinine children. They should not own guns. They should not own guns at all. I am not a believer in the Second Amendment. I do not think you have an individual right to own a firearm. Owning a firearm is like owning a car, okay? There's a responsibility there. You know what? I'm just going to go through the thing. Owning a gun is owning a responsibility. And with great power, there must always come a great responsibility. If you are not willing to uphold the great responsibility associated with owning a firearm, I do not believe you should be allowed legally to own a firearm. If somebody is not comfortable with going to a gun range that is sponsored by their tax dollars and working on their aim, working on their gun management, passing tests on the rules of engagement, on trigger discipline, on gun safety, to get their license to own a gun, they should not be able to own a gun at all. If these people, like people like this, 2 of them have a great aesthetic. They remind me of GTA Vice City loading screen. Okay, I'll be honest with you. You're not wrong. The tacky McMansion with the Doric pillars and the incredible whiteness of everything they've got going on, very much GTA loading screen. That is not a compliment to them, by the way. But here's the thing. I think we should repeal the Second Amendment. Because it's bad. It's not used the way it is supposed to be used. Nobody who owns firearms because of the Second Amendment is doing so in a well-regulated or meaningfully safe way. And I think instead, American tax dollars should be diverted to a Department of Gun Management that, here's my pitch. Here's my pitch, okay? We repeal the Second Amendment. Restructure it, all right? The Second Amendment is now based on this. Every individual American has the right from birth to seek gun ownership through the licensed proving their responsibility to own a firearm. Something like that. We'll deal with the legal jargon later. My pitch is simple. We divert an amount of money from the National Defense Fund to a system that creates essentially the DMV for guns, a Department of Gun Management. The Department of Gun Management is a state-owned, state-backed, state-supplied gun range where you can get free ammo, get access to guns you don't own, and register time to go to a shooting range any day of the week. If you have the time off, you can go to the Department of Gun Management, the DGM, and go shoot a P90 to get a license to potentially own a P90 or the equivalent kind of firearm. Only through going through the checks that are there, proving that you are mentally and physically capable of using a firearm safely, proving that you know how to disassemble and reassemble the firearm, proving that your grouping is good so you know how to shoot with it, that you know the rules of engagement, are you allowed to privately own a firearm? And I think that's how it should be. That's how I think it should be. I think that if the country is going to have you able to own a gun, the country should have a structure where you can know how to own a gun safely. And on a positive side to this, which I need to bring up every time I bring this up, this actually means that you get the ability to access more guns than you normally would as an American. Because you know what's expensive as fuck? Ammunition. Bullets cost money. You know what else is expensive as fuck? Firearms. Guns are expensive. You know what would be really fucking cool? If you could go to a state-sponsored firing range for free because it's like the DMV and then put time in to shooting a gun at the range, right? Like, that would be really cool. Hundo, yeah, you get it, yeah. Like, I'm not for people not owning firearms. I am for people knowing how to own firearms. Level of firearms require training. They just have to do the same thing with small arms. Exactly! Straight up! Like, and on top of that, here's my other thing, right? I think gun history is cool. I think gun construction is cool. I think they're cool weapons. I think they're interesting. So in the Department of Gun Management, you would have access to historical firearms and get access to them during special days. Let's say on a weekend day, right? Like you have access to the M1 Garand on the anniversary of D-Day, where you can interact with one of the most famous guns of World War II for the U.S. forces, and you can fire one that has been correctly maintained and like built together for people to go and experience that firearm. Or in addition to that, you could have like on the 4th of July, everybody goes to the Department of Gun Management and you fire one round of grape shot downrange out of a fucking cannon. I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem with this. I have a historical firearm. Gramps took it off a dead one. Fucking cool. Hell, see? There you go. Like, there's the thing, like, and this is the other thing, with the Department of Gun Management, my idea behind this, what I would require people who already own firearms is to just go, yo, I have these guns, and these guns are for me, and I'm just registering them. Here are the times I can come down to the range. I'm going to the range and using the state-provided ammunition to get my firearm license for these guns. I would want that. If you have your gun, I think you should get free training for how to operate your firearm. And for the people who aren't willing to go to a free fucking firing range and get free bullets to go shoot them to get better at using their gun, too bad, you don't get to own a fucking gun. Go cry about it. I do not think if somebody is unwilling to train in how to appropriately use their firearm, like these, like the fucking Tesco Ken and Barbie here, these milquetoast Wonder Bread racist ass KKK motherfuckers pulled an M16 and a fucking 1911, I think, out on a bunch of protesters because their feelings were hurt. They shouldn't have those. You know who should have those? People who know how to use them. You know who wouldn't have fucking killed 2 innocent people? Kyle Rittenhouse, if you just didn't give the fucker a gun. Kyle Rittenhouse would have failed his gun license because that's what happened to him over and over again. Just adding on to that, right? Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines with a loaded firearm on a vigilante mission to go find people to shoot because he thought it would be cool to go do that. He's talked about that, said he wanted to do that, bragged about doing that, talked shows about doing that, and he took glee in murdering 2 people. Okay? That's what happened, all right? He murdered 2, maimed 1, got off scot-free. That guy, and okay, for all of my military fans, okay? For all of the military people in the audience, I need to stress this, okay? Just really quick, 2 things, all right? For all of my military fans, okay? Kyle Rittenhouse applied to join the Marines. And the Marines told him, and I am not kidding, he is too dumb to be in the Marines. Kyle Rittenhouse was told to never apply for the United States military because he was not smart enough to do it. Okay. So, come on. Kyle, okay, he was not proven innocent. He was not charged. What he did objectively is kill 2 people and maim a 3rd. And I'm not going to let that go because it's disgusting. See, I won't let go of the Kyle Rittenhouse thing because he sure as hell hasn't, and because it was a travesty of justice that he was not tried for his crime. Because, he was an asshole and a monster, and he keeps profiting off of it. I fucking hate that kid. He's a piece of shit. But yeah. Cucky Rittenhouse, he got let go because of a lot of really bad decisions. Kid should have gone to jail. I don't give a shit. Isn't the IQ, in the Marine IQ cut off like 85? I have no idea. I love every Marine that I have ever met in my life. They would be the first to tell you that absolutely no one is dumb enough for the Marines. Kyle Rittenhouse was too dumb for the Marines. Did Kyle not go to court? Oh, he did. He did. See, here's the thing, though. I don't care. I reject the premise of him being innocent. I don't give a shit about him being, decided innocent in that court. I don't think it was a good decision. I think the evidence is extremely obvious, and I think the judge was extremely biased. The justice system in the United States of America is incredibly broken, and I do not trust a lot of guilty or innocent verdicts in the U.S. If you followed the trial, there was a lot of fuckery? Yeah. Straight up, I genuinely don't care about Kyle's day in court, because as far as I'm concerned, this little motherfucker, is guilty. It's very obvious he was guilty. I wouldn't let him in my house. I wouldn't let him around my friends. This piece of shit murdered people because he thought it would be fun, and he got off scot-free. You know who else got let go by an authority figure during a search on the premises while he was committing a horrible crime? What's his name? Damn it, hold up. Jeffrey Dahmer. The police refused to investigate Jeffrey Dahmer because they thought that he looked innocent after a naked man with wounds all over his body ran away from Dahmer's house claiming that he was a serial killer. Dahmer calmly walked up, told the police officers that it was just his cousin who had a mental disorder and was losing his mind, and he took the guy back to his house and he murdered him, and the cops were fine with it. I am not someone who holds supreme executive authority with those who are appointed to positions of power. I don't give a fuck. Justice wasn't served here. Oh, not to say. Oh, is a 15-year-old who was bleeding out of his ass? Oh, okay. I thought it was an adult man. My bad. Either way, I don't hold them as supreme executives of what's right and what's wrong. They made the wrong decision with Rittenhouse. This cuck should be in jail. And I like calling him a cuck because he's like 22, and that would piss him off a lot because he's a little baby. He's a little crybaby piss baby. He's a little crybaby piss baby.
If it was a bunch of white people walking down this street.
Oh, also here.
The McCloskeys would have taken the room temperature challenge that. It was a bunch of... there were some black teenagers on their street. I remain to this day amazed
He's a little Nazi. He is.
at the restraint showed by that crowd of kids. Not a single person drilled this dong wagon with a round, with a gun pointed right at. That is unbelievable poise. And you can guarantee if it was a bunch of white people walking down this street, the McCloskeys would have taken the room temperature challenge that day. Then again, they wouldn't, because if it was a bunch of white people walking down the street, they wouldn't have come out of their house waving guns.
True.
We're not going to get super into this. There are real risks out there in the world. Violent crime is going down, but there are pockets of real bad folk. I and others in my friend group have been directly targeted by fash. Like, not just with shitty tweets. Like, I've had people who've had fascists driving up and down their streets, knocking on their doors at night, screaming at them in parking lots, saying, come out here, we got to talk to you, right? My wife and I have gotten phone calls from the police, from the FBI. We've gotten like, hey, we're investigating a death threat. I'm like, oh, again? Okay. And what do you think we told them when they called up? Told them exactly. I said, I'm not, they said, you're going to leave the area? I said, I'm not discussing my day. I am represented by counsel. You can refer to counsel. Remember, they are not here to help you.
Yep.
Law enforcement does not exist to make you safe. Law enforcement exists to prosecute and gather evidence. If you are part of the investigation, you do not have anything to say. Your lawyer has something to say. Have a lawyer. Refer to lawyer. And my wife and I didn't really feel at risk. No, we did not leave the area. We're pretty well provisioned. I'm fundamentally a very peaceful person. I abhor violence, quite frankly. I don't really even like violent movies anymore. That doesn't mean I don't own guns. We're very happy about the fact that our home is properly provisioned. We're happy that friends of ours are properly provisioned and that the fash know this, and they generally leave most of my friends alone for that reason. Speaking of, though, this is a sneaky trick I hadn't seen before. A friend of mine named Chad, activist, well-known online, he got targeted by a bunch of right-wingers, and they did the following. They engaged in kind of like that Scientology thing where you stand right in front of someone and make them bump into you, and then they claimed assault because he was on a sidewalk, like marching with a sign. They filed a restraining order against him. They filed a complaint, right? They had a criminal matter opened up. So then that means a few things. One, it means that he had to surrender all of his firearms because he had an open legal matter. He had a potential restraining order. It also involved the process server, who was the friend and also one of the right-wingers, went to his house and recorded while she was serving him papers. So because they wanted to post that on their blog or something to like make him look bad. Now, in the process, she recorded his home inside and out because his door was open, which is a super no-no. But what does Chad have in addition to gun? He has lawyers. His lawyer is actually a man named Ken White. Do you know who Ken White is? He's Popat online. So if you know who Popat is, you can guess how well this went for the people that made a false complaint against Chad. So
here's one of my other things, by the way. A lot of this advice for owning a firearm or having a lawyer is very, very good. Don't get me wrong. A lot of this is conditional on where you are financially and what your skin tone is. And I have no doubt that he's going to go into that. I can't speak on a whole lot of how this is going to go, right? I'm not just talking about the future of America. I'm talking about like this kind of thing. The justice system in America is fundamentally fucking broken. Again, the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. It is an inherently racist system that goes out of its way to incarcerate more than it exonerates. The point of the United States legal system is to create new prisoners to feed the prison industrial complex in order to benefit from slave labor by depersonalizing people, by labeling them criminals for life. That is the function of the United States prison system. Actually, a clause when it came to abolishing slavery in the United States was that slavery was still legal if used as a punishment for a crime. So, in the case of anyone who is sent to prison, they can legally be treated as a slave with no problem at all. And that's a big thing when it comes to, U.S. law. Always get a lawyer, obviously. If you can find a way to get a lawyer, get in contact with one. But, I'm poor, so I'm not getting one of those. It's a legal system, not a justice system. Exactly, yeah. The law in America is not just. The law in America is not good. It does not seek to do what is right. It seeks to do what is legal. And what is legal is a lot of shit.
He's fine, he got his guns back. Again, I don't want to make you think that the world is horrible. Violent crime is decreasing in this country. There are pockets of very violence are increasing, and they are out there, and they are targeting very, very specific groups of people. And this part doesn't always address everyone in this room. There are very, very dear to me people in my life who are very specifically targeted. Anyone in the LGBTQ community, anyone who's underrepresented minorities, like, they are the ones who are getting targeted. And I love that, like, the world's awful, but it's made for some great memes. My friends and I, who's got a love language of your friends just sending batshit memes to each other and laughing all the time?
It looks like Warframe.
That is kind
yeah,
of
I
how
get
we all
inspired by
communicate.
Warframe a little bit.
But in addition to that, my friends who have felt, targeted by bad groups, like, I have taken loads of people to the gun range. It is my pleasure to take a lot of queer and trans people to get their first time behind a trigger and get them interested. And they say, you know what, this is all right. I'm going to be interested in this now. But I don't even need to be the one doing that, right? Underrepresented groups, minority groups are more than capable of organizing on their own, of finding their own circles, of making their own spaces. It's really just a battle of finding good information.
Oh yeah, that's another
the
thing.
challenge of like,
if you are trans in America and you can do so safely, get a gun. Full stop. If you are trans in America, get a gun. Just do it. If you're like, oh, icky, gun, too bad. Sorry, you need something to defend yourself right now. There are people who think that us existing is like a crime in and of itself. Currently, the U.S. Government is seeking to make all trans people considered sexual predators by virtue of existence. What if you're suicidal? Don't get a gun. Get a friend who can get a gun. If you are not safe to get a gun, right? Don't get a gun. Have a friend who knows where you are, who you regularly check in with, have a gun. So they can help you if you need help. Right now, in America, the U.S. government is seeking to abolish trans people as a thing. This is the early stepping stones for the attempted genocide of the other for the American government. We are being run by a fascist. We are being led by a fascist. The American government has tilted full fascist at this point. And what we are seeing with the Trump administration is lurches forward down the first they came line. All right, like there's a famous poem about it, which is extremely, extremely useful. Right here, hold on. First they came. Some of you might not have heard it. This is a very important poem. It's about the Holocaust. And this is an example of what is happening today in America. You might not care about trans people. Does not matter. You should. You absolutely have to. Because this is how it goes. This is from Martin Niemöller. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not Jewish. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. Have good D&D, Stone Skin. Mwah. This is the thing. Right now, we're up here on the tier list of the. We're right about at the start, and that should concern everybody. So when I say trans people, find a way to protect yourself, find a way out of the country, leave America. Do not look to come back to America for a long time. If you can get out of the country, do so safely. If you have friends overseas, find a way to stay with them. If you can find a way to get a passport to get out of the country, now is a good time. Now is when you need to leave if you can get out. And if you have friends, family, you hide them, okay? If ICE shows up at your door and asks to see somebody, you didn't see shit. If ICE knocks on your door and says they don't need a warrant, yes, they fucking do. Tell them to come back another time and then warn anyone you know. If anyone from the U.S. government comes looking for your friends and family, you don't know where they are, you haven't seen them, you have not talked to them, okay? The poet was not a prophet. No, he was speaking about what happened in his actual time. That's the thing. Because yeah, he wasn't a prophet. He simply understood what was happening. This is the process that fascism follows, and right now America is following that process. The Nazi movement started with attacking trans people. The Institute of Sexology was the first target of the book burnings from the Nazis. We are seeing that happen again today. All across the entirety of the internet, all across every single federal document about trans people, or about healthcare, trans people are being excised from them. Trans people are being deleted from society. They're being, he was not, the poet was lamenting not having an instruction manual. We have one. That's a very, 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 very good way to put it. If you see ICE run, it seems like they want to charge anyone who doesn't actively help them. Yeah, you do not speak to ICE. The end. Full stop. You don't speak to ICE. No cooperation, no speaking to them, no associating with them. Full stop. Under any circumstances. Do not, under any circumstances, speak to, engage with, or allow ICE in your presence. At all. They are objectively bad people. They are brown shirts. That's what it is. And, right now, that's a big part of like what we're going forwards into. Project 2025, like everyone told everyone, is a real thing that is actively being implemented right now. And it's gonna get worse before it gets better. That's just where we're at. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Unless there is a meaningful removal of Trump from power, and as well as a variety of people he is appointed, unless they are physically removed from power by like the police and like put on trial for their crimes against humanity, stopped from doing what they're doing right now, it will get worse before it gets better. So yeah, take care of the people around you. Protect the people around you. I won't hold my breath. I will lie. It's gonna get so much worse, most likely, though I am not seeing some good signs. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold my breath for anything being done against them, which is why I say, again, protect your friends, protect your family, protect your loved ones, and find a way to leave the country. Genuinely. From the bottom of my heart, that is my advice. Unless Republicans grow a hella spine, we're fucked. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. We had Lex Luthor on TV today saying that we are looking at how to get rid of habeas corpus. Yep. There is a desire to remove any form of judicial process for anyone that is seen as a criminal. It's why, okay, like, I'm going to bring it up because it was brought up earlier. It's why I say something like this. Okay, here. This guy. Great example of this, all right? You probably include some of your Supreme Court justices. Oh yeah, multiple ones of them should be removed immediately. Well, I'm saying here to the bitter end, but I'm also the last one they'll target. That's fair. If you have a way to help people get out of the country, then do so. Okay, why am I bringing up this guy again, right? I'm gonna take a brief break here. We're gonna eat some food. I'm gonna keep drawing a bit. Why am I bringing up this guy again? Okay, because this guy is how it starts. This guy is how we get here. Okay? I'm not here to relitigate what he did. This child is a murderer. He is a racist. He is a bad person. I'm not arguing that because that is just where it is. Okay? This type of person heard that there were riots in another town he was not part of that involved people of color. He has been taught by his media idols that those people are inherently dangerous. That is something Kyle Rittenhouse has spoken about a lot. He has talked about how, these people are dangerous. That's why he showed up there. That's why he did what he did. This kid getting off scot-free is an excellent example of how America started going this direction. That comes heavily from people like this. This is a white supremacist, Tucker Carlson. He routinely, on his propaganda broadcast, talks about the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, which is actual Nazi propaganda. He says extremely racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic things all the goddamn time. He spreads this kind of hatred and division built around these age-old hatreds, and at the same time, right? He says that there's sort of he convinces people that agree with him to blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I'm reading chat at the same time. I need to not read chat and I need to say this out. He convinces people on his side that these ideas are equally as valid as, like, wanting free healthcare for everybody or, like, wanting free housing for everybody, because he presents the alternative as a fascist would, as incomprehensibly ruinous while simultaneously impossibly flaccid. The enemy is both undefeatable and incredibly weak. Your ideas are both immutable facts and could be erased from existence the moment the enemy tries to find you. Tucker Carlson's entire media persona is pushing that narrative, is attacking these kinds of things. It's laying the groundwork for fascism. This guy is very heavily held up by, where is it? This news industry. This news industry is seeking to profit off of the push for fascism. It has for a very long time. Rupert Murdoch, who is, I believe, dead now. He's dead, right? He died? He's not dead yet. Well, he looks dead. Rupert Murdoch, great example. He's a fascist. He's a racist. He's a bad person. His media empire specifically pushes people like Tucker Carlson out into the media. People like Tucker Carlson influence people like Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse go out and do something terrible. That's how that goes. That's just the flow of things. And the only meaningful way for this shit to change is for things like this to go away, people like this to be held accountable, and people like this to be held accountable. That's the only way through. We're stuck here until that kind of shit happens. Until that kind of shit is fixed, we're stuck with this. I don't know when that'll change. Hopefully it will soon.
Getting good information in the gun world, not from a crappy person. My heart breaks for all of you, all of my friends who are like queer and trans. Like one of the most popular gun tubers literally starts every one of his videos with a like a shitty slur, just kind of minor gay bashing. You know, just throw that in there. Some of you know who this is. I'm not going to mention their full name. They're a super popular channel. There are good allies out there. I always mention my friend Carl, my friend Ian from In Range, right? Like the Gun Penguin, also pretty well known. But in the underrepresented minority world, in the queer world, in the trans world, like you have people like my friend Tactical Girlfriend. Amazing, amazing creator. There are people like her out there bringing this knowledge from literally like a queer trans immigrant woman's perspective.
You're damn right he is.
You have, like, if you don't like the idea of giving money to the NRA, my friend started Armed Equality. They're doing great work. Yellow Peril, they have their podcast. Clara's doing training. There's so many people out there. You can pause the slides, check the slides, the links later. I'm not going to rattle off everyone's name, but just a mix of amazing, diverse voices. You don't have to get your gun information from people that make you feel like less of a human. My friend Penelope started the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch, if you're not familiar with them. They are an inspiration and a haven, and they have a lot of wide open space. If you want to go somewhere and train on firearms and not be around people that make you feel unsafe, follow them online. Learn more about what they are doing. And before you go out and purchase a gun, again, we're not going to make this the gun talk. I know I'm like the gun guy, right? People say, oh, well, getting a gun is so easy in America. I mean, do you really know? Have you actually done it? Have you not? There's a lot of forms you might not be expecting. I know that cannabis has become decriminalized in a lot of areas, but you know, right? If you're filling out that form 4473, no, you've never had cannabis. You don't know what it is. You've never seen it. You never smelled it. You heard about it once in a DARE program when you were 12. You've forgotten about it since then.
Yep.
Different state laws, like Washington has Initiative 1639. It's just different paperwork. Do you have all your documents in order? The documents I told you to start getting in order before? Think about that. You want to be purchasing something when you're not already under stress. If you are dealing like with a violent ex and you're getting stalker phone calls, that's not the time to try to go out and be sensible and buy something. That's not the time to go out and try something at the range. Go when you're not under stress. Go when times are relatively okay. Go with your friends. I have taken loads of people. I love trying their guns. They love trying mine. That is when you get yourself into the water and get your foot in the water if you've never done any firearm things. But in general, like if I'm saying a week or two, you'll get that gun. You'll deal with it. Is it really like, why am I bringing a gun section into this? There's a few other matters to talk about. Specifically, getting a gun isn't the only thing that you're thinking about in gun, this section. A gun is not a magic talisman that just makes everything fine. All the gun people in this room know it means you have to be proficient with it. You have to be safe with it. You have to actually go out and train. A lot of my friends, again, these are all people in the queer space, in the trans space. These are people who don't just go out and buy a gun and throw it in a drawer. Like Artemis, Mia, like they are going to do dynamic drills, movement drills, shooting drills. If you've never gone to do any practical shooting, it's fun. Like this is an absolute hoot. I didn't think I would ever be good at this kind of thing, but learning how to do it, going out to a match, finding out how well you can run your firearm is absolutely something to try.
Yep.
We had some sound, but I
I'm
guess
glad I live in a
we're
country
not
where
going to do
this
tons of
sort of
gun.
insane arms race isn't underway and the government maintains an effective monopoly on armed violence. So that would be really good. That is really good in Australia. In America, that is very much a bad thing. That would be a bad thing. Because if the state had a total monopoly on violence in every potential way, then I'd be in a death camp already. Not because guns magically make them not, but because there are laws in place to make sure that they are, cognizant of the spirit of that idea. Guns for the people's, possession isn't going to magically make the government not tyrannical. It's more so that the government acts like it's not tyrannical all the time because people can own guns privately, and it's sort of a spirit of thing. If that gets rescinded entirely in America, in a way where there is no pathway for citizen ownership of firearm, the spirit of that would definitely vanish from the U.S. government, and even on a paltry level, because they just play lip service to it all the time, if we're being perfectly honest. But they would very much cease the pretense, I like my black powder arms. All right, let me pull it up. The real way to defend yourself as an American, okay? Okay, hold on. Let me put that on here. Hold on. Here we go. Tally-ho, lads.
I own a musket for home defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house. The devil!
The
I
devil?
grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle, blow a golf-ball-sized hole through the first man.
He's dead on the spot.
Draw my pistol on the second man, misses him entirely because it's smoothbore and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the stairs, loaded with grape shot. Tally-ho, lad! Grape shot shreds 2 men in the blast. The sound and extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix bayonet and charge the last terrified rapscallion. Bleeds out, waiting on the police to arrive, since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up. Just as the founding fathers intended.
As it should be.
Blah, blam, blam, blam. Don't worry about that. Seriously, how many people are gun owners in this room? I'm just curious. Have you ever gone out to a match and shot it on the clock, actually done groups and splits? Consider it. The clock doesn't lie. I could say, the movie Castaway was cute and he survived, but even if a perfect fishing pole showed up on the beach and he was starving, when you're starving on a desert island, that's not the best time to try to learn how to fish. When you're under stress and you're targeted by some stalker or something, that's not the best time to try to learn how to use a gun. Please. And also far, far, far more useful than guns are patching holes.
Yep.
Anybody who talks to you about gun stuff and doesn't talk to you about first aid and care is not doing you justice, so learn about Again, my friend, Tactical Girlfriend, most of her videos are not all gun. There's all about
I need to watch
wound
more of her
care,
stuff.
there's about lead exposure, just being safe and being prepared to treat people. Because again, if you haven't learned how these are used, talk about tourniquets. Who has ever applied a tourniquet to someone?
There's another great example. Gun owners should be required to know these kinds of things before they can own a gun.
Not a lot of hands. Who's ever had a tourniquet applied to themselves? Almost no hands. Hopefully it was during a training class. This is my leg getting a tourniquet. I'm not dealing with a horrible wound. I'm learning about it. I'm in a deployed medicine class. And you can see that's this guy, he's got a knee jammed right in my groin. It's not because he's a jerk. He doesn't like me. When you are applying a tourniquet to stop the bleed, you are staunched down on that femoral artery. It will cause pain. The few people who tried tourniquets in the past, how do they feel when they're on? They're horrible. Horrible. The first time I did this, I was like, you are doing this wrong. What is happening? I learned so much in these classes. If I were to ever literally try to be saving someone with a severe hemorrhage, I would be telling them verbally, assuring them, I'm going to cause you more pain than you are in right now. Trust me, this is keeping you alive. You have to take it. Until you've had a tourniquet on, you cannot fathom
That's better.
the excruciating pain in that limb. I would have probably tried to rip it off if I was even in a critical situation. No, this can't be right.
Fuck?
Until I experienced it. Try it. Take an actual emergency medicine class. Learn this. Go to trainings. Get your medical training. So then you can be that person at Thanksgiving dinner, like who's like, oh, you should have a fire extinguisher in
that's
your
the problem.
house.
Got it.
That person, you can be that person with like, you know, traumatic wound care. Like, do you have a good tourniquet? Is it truly a cat tourniquet? Did you pay for a fake one? Like, totally, but learn how this works. But quick question for the audience. How long can a tourniquet stay on without
I was in
causing...
the military and I've learned how to do a tourniquet. You were done a disservice. Here in Canada, we don't have a lot of guns either. There's, that is to say, legal guns. Legal guns are fairly rare. There are a few questionable guns around, though. Stuff that was never registered, maybe stuff that walked over the border. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
harm to a limb? I'm hearing some. I heard an hour, I heard 2. Any other guesses? 45 minutes? The answer is 2 hours. 2 hours. We have tons of data at this point. Now that everybody we deploy downrange in uniform, they all have a TQ on them, we have tons of military data at this point. There is not a single occurrence from any soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine who's had a TQ applied for under 2 hours
you turned wenches?
and the limb
Got
wasn't
you.
saved. The body is fine with being cut off from like normal, like you sever a finger and all that shop class, oh, you put it on ice and get to the hospital. They reattach it. Like we know the body can do this. But you get this really bad, who's ever heard that Boy Scout crap? Like every 15 minutes you gotta ease it off and then put it on and then you fiddle with it and then you spin around. That's all nonsense. 2 hours. You can go up to 6 hours technically, at which point somebody else is opening your pickle jars. But yeah, like 2 hours, you're fine. Put it on, leave it on, get to a higher standard of care. But training with real world tools and methods, training with your firearms, training with your aid kit, this is something that I encourage people to do. Not because you want to be violent. Again, I'm a fundamentally really peaceful person, but I have firearms. That's not a disconnect. There's a really old adage, and I know some of you have heard this.
This is fair.
If you do not have the means of violence, you aren't peaceful. You're harmless.
Ooh.
There's a difference.
Oh, I love that. Oh!
Now getting back into use of force, we're going to say...
Oh, goddamn, how have I never heard that before? That was fucking beautiful. Whoo! Whoo! All right, I need that on a fucking... That's a live, laugh, love plaque if I've ever heard one.
way to the last story I got for you.
Oh, shit.
And it's a doozy. And at any point in this story, go ahead and walk out. I will not be upset at you. This is a story that has to do with the penal system. It has to do with gender-based violence. It has to do with what is done in our name with our tax dollars and the steps you may have to take one day to move heaven and earth to save a loved one. So this is one of my loved ones. This is Kara. Kara is a hacker, a security professional, community volunteer. She's an amazingly important person in my group of friends. She's one of us. She's a geek. She's a cosplayer. She's literally won awards for like incredible cosplay that she's done over the years.
Oh, that's rad.
Back when she was in boy mode, she's trans. Back when she was in boy mode, she was a Navy corpsman, right? So she spent her time saving lives, putting people back together. And then she got herself taken apart pretty badly. She got blasted up pretty good by an IED. And ever since she's rotated back to the world, she spent most of her civilian life in hospitals. She's had traumatic brain injury, multiple spinal surgeries. She can't walk unassisted. There's a lot wrong with her. But
yeah, this is going to get rough. All right, everybody, take a deep breath. Oh, take a deep breath. Here we go.
it's hard to keep a good woman down, right? She serves her community every day. And we all love her very much, and we miss her because my friend Kara was arrested. My friend Kara was arrested about a month ago, a little over a month ago now, and it's been a hell of a month. She was arrested by federal authorities under her legal name. She was taken to the courthouse. She was arraigned under her legal name. And you keep asking, why does Dave keep saying under her legal name? Some of you know where this is going. She was then taken to the detention center, where she was booked under her dead name and thrown in the mail unit. And I'm not going to subject you to specifics of that, but we're all just going to sit with that for a minute, because this happens all the time. She's not even my first friend that's had this happen. I had a friend back in my home city who was swept up in an arrest. Minor ticky-tack shit, some domestic, you were in a fight with that person, no, that person said something, who knows what. Thrown in handcuffs in the middle of the night, thrown in jail, thrown in the mail pop. Spent the entire evening literally hiding under a blanket, just with other prisoners like, I'm coming for you, baby, I'm banging on the cells. The worst experience you could ever imagine. Wondering what's gonna happen when those cell doors open in the morning. And what happened is that in the AM, somebody came over and said, yeah, you're being released, get out. No explanation. Again, I told you, the system is cruel. The system is indifferent and callous. So they dumped her on a city street, just some random block in Seattle, no shoes, pajamas. Why no shoes? Well, because they take your shoelaces away. Shoelaces are a weapon, but it takes time to unlace them. So they'll just take your shoes. F you, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
They'd never turned her phone off. Her phone had like 1% battery. So she was able to call one person. Remember, you might get one phone call, maybe that's it. And she had the wherewithal to say, this is where I am, please come get me. But that was a one-night stay. No, Kara was in for a week in the male gen pop. And it was hell. She's getting phone privileges, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna try to call somebody. She calls her ex-wife, still very good friends with her ex-wife, who panics. Ex-wife calls me. I panic, because again, I wasn't as prepared as I wanted to be. This talk has been informed greatly by things I've learned. The first thing I did, I just called the best lawyer I knew. Like, Marcia, I'm freaking out. Who do we know in New York? And Marcia's like, well, Brian Klein's actually licensed to practice in New York. He's there all the time. You should try to call. I was like, bye, calling Brian. He's like, damn, I wish I had gotten word from you. I'm literally on a plane. I just left New York. But I got a colleague, hang on, let me connect you with so-and-so. And we got somebody. We actually literally got a person on the ground in short order. And that's a miracle in and of itself. Now, it turns out this person is amazingly competent at many types of law. This person is a guy, that's not his picture, but he looks like this guy. He is not set up to deal with literally a disabled Navy veteran trans person being held in the wrong gen pop. Like, he was not suited to that. This was not the right path.
Yeah.
So we got to figure something else out.
Right.
She's still, again, in the wrong unit, being subject to abuses every day. I'm like, all right, got to call Chelsea. I'm like, Chelsea, what the frig am I doing here? I need somebody in New York who knows these issues. Chelsea's like, oh, call Moira. Amazing human, already dealing with the Bureau of Prisons and lawsuits. I'm like, thank God. So now I got someone on the phone who's a civil rights lawyer, who knows exactly who to call, who knows what motions to file. We get an actual other main lead counsel involved, and we put together a team, right? This was the most stressful, horrible time. But once you get the right people in place, people we could have had in place before, if we had just kind of over dinner and drinks ever thought about this sort of thing. You never want to think about this. It helps if you think in advance, because then you get the right people who start, again, they start filing emergency petitions, saying this has to be fixed, getting judges' orders. I learned a lot real fast about how my relationship to my devices changed. You ever get off an airplane, put your phone back to regular mode, you get some missed calls, you get missed calls.
So there's the thing with this, right? I've been around trans people a lot for the past few years. I've had trans friends for a long time. I transitioned when I was 29. I began that. I'm 32 now. I've never had a trans friend go to prison. I have had female friends go to prison. I have had male friends go to prison. I've had some shocking things told to me about things that have happened to both my male and female friends that have been to prison. I cannot imagine what it is like to be in the wrong gen pop for all of this time while this is happening. That's hell.
Calls like this and your stomach just drops. Yeah. Didn't realize that I could get phone calls. Didn't realize how the system works. Asynchronous communication does not work well when you have a loved one in a cage. Show of hands, who uses any kind of like call filtering? You get that like spam detected, don't answer, unknown number on your phone. Yeah, not anymore you don't. Not with a loved one in custody. No, you pick up every damn time. You don't know who it is. Could be a lawyer's office, could be someone else. Who uses spam filtering on their email? We all use spam filtering, right? Or suspicious link detection. Not anymore you don't. Not with a loved one on the inside. Core links is the only thing you got, and it's routinely detected as suspicious.
Yeah.
Because it's all a bunch of emails from prison. So maintaining communication has been incredibly hard. Trying to figure out how to get someone commissary, how to get someone money and funds using Western Union. Their name is spelled wrong and stuff. Their dead name is in the system. Eventually, we had to start figuring out, we need medical paperwork. We need to prove her ID. Well, her ID is in her purse, and her purse is in an evidence locker. Having these paperwork already in advance would have made wonders. Instead, we've got her ex-wife running around the city, trying to go to her apartment. She got a key to her apartment, go to the apartment, and it looks trashed. Look through the window, and everything's destroyed. She's like, what the hell is this? And there's a master lock on the door. So now you're thinking locksmith. But no, you're thinking lawyer. First, if I was there, I probably would have just opened this damn door. I'm glad I wasn't there, because we called the lawyers, and they said, oh, no, that actually might be an evidence seal. That might have been the feds doing that. I'm like, isn't it supposed to be like yellow tape? She's like, no, get your brain out of TV. Sometimes it's just this nonsense. Don't go in there. Let me file more paperwork. And eventually, we finally got a judge's order to say, yes, okay, no, here's a copy of the pass with this person, put them in the woman's prison, please. And Kara was finally moved. That was a miracle that took a week and a half of stress and abuse the likes I don't want to think about. But we protected her from other inmate violence. We couldn't protect her from staff violence, though. And mistreatment by the staff is why she's been moved again to a hospital. Not the prison infirmary. No, a civilian hospital. Do you know what it takes to be in a civilian hospital if you're a prisoner? You're near death. And that's where she's been, where she has no phone privileges. We have no idea what's happening. We don't have her or if her wife was still her wife, she could talk to the doctors. But if someone's your ex-wife, you need a medical power of attorney. Things that would take no time to have set up before your life goes crazy. Do you have loved ones who are closer than a spouse or a brother or sister to you? The person they would want you to be the one in the room talking to the doctors? If you haven't done a medical power of attorney, you will be shut out. You will not be in that conversation. This takes 5 minutes and maybe $25.
Yeah. Yeah. I needed to pause it for a second. I needed that just for a minute. I just, yeah. Yeah. I don't have a lot to add.
Bucks to do it before it's a disaster. Our marvelous Kara, I'm not going to show you what they've done to her, but this is where things have been for weeks now. And we've just tried to console ourselves with gradual updates that trickle out through her lawyers. But again, we're like, well, we just can't talk to her. There's no phones. There's no phone on the wall. And then one day I woke up in the morning and I had voicemails. I said, what the hell? Oh, it turns out, no, like a duty officer came by with a phone, but it's an unknown number, so my phone didn't ring. I had no idea. It was Saturday morning. Most of her friends are Jewish, so they were not near their phones. So we all missed the chance to talk to her and find out an update. So next weekend comes around. It's like that movie, Catch Me If You Can. Everyone's like right by the phone, like they're going to call this time, right? Got up early, no calls. I went to a gun match. I was like handing my phone on shooting stages, like anybody who calls, just answer this phone. I've never given my phone to another human in years, let alone told them to answer it.
What's up?
But again,
What's up,
you get that
Liliana?
one shot. You
What's
want to get
going
that
on?
call. No calls. Then Sunday morning, we're all talking to each other in Signal. Has anyone heard anything? Nobody's heard anything. No calls. No, we just didn't get a call that week. Why?
Thank you.
F you. It's the system. The system is callous and indifferent. The next week, we cross our fingers, we hope, we pray. Saturday, no calls. Sunday, I was working at my desk, and I just happened to have my Google Voice tab open, because I was like getting an MFA code or something, which you shouldn't get through text, but sorry, my bank is old. And I looked, and I'm like, that's weird. My phone's sitting right here. It's unknown. Why is there an unknown number calling me? And I get a voicemail. And my phone never rang. I'm like, what the hell? And I check my phone, I check the ringer, I'm messaging people. And as I'm messaging people, I get another call. And I get another transcript. And I am literally in tears at this point, not knowing what is wrong. And I'm panicking. I'm telling, is anyone going to answer? Tell someone else, she's going to call you next, I know. And I get another voicemail. You don't know what this feels like until you've been through it. I literally re-recorded my voicemail greeting to I was like, I have a different direct in-dial number that I don't use. And I was like, Kara, call this number. And I told her ex-wife, call this number. Eventually, she did. She got the number, she called. So we got to talk briefly that day. And talking is important. Communication is so important.
Man.
If you ever have a loved one who is jammed up, communication is what keeps them alive. And the system is not set up for that. I eventually learned, tip to you, because it's a prison call, it shows up as potentially spam or something. So like Google Voice does not give you granular help here.
Yeah.
I just have to turn this off. And now my phone is a sewer of nonsense. All of our phones are. And that's what you go through. That's what you on the outside go, and it's worth it. Kara is worth it to all of us on the outside who are pulling for her. She gave far more than this in the service for her country, and we're going to be here for her. If you want to know more about this, if you want to support Kara or talk to me more about it, I'm not up here starting to GoFundMe. Just stay in touch. You can find me online. Her story will be out there. There's one move I'll give you, though, if you want to, and I know we're a little long, but we're gonna wrap it up in a few minutes here. One is a really special move, right? The idea of if someone you know is jammed up and you've got a bunch of people, what they're going to try to do is like they get their call, right? So they try this person, oh, that person, they couldn't reach them. They try this person, oh, that person didn't pick up or was busy or they unknown number, didn't go through. They might try to get, maybe they reach person C for like a little bit. Oh, here's what happened. I'm here. I miss you. Tell mom this. And they only have a few minutes. And the officer's like, hey, you got to wrap this up. You're gonna make any more calls or not? Well, I got to go, but I'm going to talk to someone. All right, bang. You try someone else. Oh, you couldn't reach them. You're playing this freaking game, right? Then you're out of time. You could consider, among your trusted circle of friends, setting up TalkRoute or Ring Central or somebody's a dab hand at Asterisk. You get one canonical like emergency number. Call that number and it rings everyone's phone.
That's not a bad idea.
Whoever picks, my company does this for our inbound phone calls, for our support line. And whichever one of the partners picks up, we're the one on that call. And we even set it so it shows up as that number, so we save that number in our phone.
I should add a nice blocky blade catcher. It's good to fit with square shapes. Potentially, I was thinking about that.
As like, company call. You could do that. You could save that number in all your phones and be like, holy crap, pick up now. So it rings everyone's phone, somebody gets it, and then you're all in Signal.
Sure.
Like, hey, who called the emergency number? What's going on? And then everyone's spun up and talking. And you got a human. You got a human-to-human immediate connection. Or you conference other people in. Super, super critical. Talk to your lawyers. If someone is in custody just because they got arrested, maybe you can have a conference call. If someone is in prison, you cannot have three-way conference calls of any kind. They will lose their phone privileges. They'll be sent to the SHU. You will not talk to them again. Talk to your lawyers. But having that one phone number to ring all your friends in an emergency, it doesn't have to be a prison situation. It could literally be, I'm on the side of the road, my car's dead, my battery's almost dead, and you don't have time to screw around figuring out who's awake. You call the emergency number, and because you set it up as VoIP, you can make it memorable. Like, this is the one number you remember. And like, everyone just, that's the one I'm gonna call in case anything happens.
I've never thought about that.
I got another tip.
That's a really genius idea.
I'm so kind. You're being very respectful. We've gone a little over the hour, but these last couple ones, I'm really gonna. This one might be good for you. So, let's say you have someone in your life.
USA justice, prison, and police system sucks. Oh yeah, 1,000%. Just it is god awful. It is genuinely god awful. The U.S. prison system is designed to break you as a person more than anything else. It is there to hurt you, to grind you to nothing, and to make you suffer. It doesn't care about right or wrong. It cares about how long it can keep you in it. It's fucked.
This person is missing. We'll call them Missing Manny up at the top there.
All cops are bastards is not just a funny thing to say about police officers. It is the reality that if you know a cop, they are being a bastard because the process of policing, the job in and of itself, is part of this system. Cops are not your friends. Cops are not your allies. Cops are there to incarcerate you. That is the only thing they are for. They are not allies. They are not going to help you. They are not going to save you. They are not there to keep you safe. They are there to keep themselves safe and to find a way to put you in jail. Never, ever trust a cop. Full stop. Don't trust them. Cops are not your friends. Never talk to them. Never associate with them. That's my best advice. Cops are not your friends. All cops are bastards. That's just how that goes. Sad reality of the world, but that's how it is.
Manny goes missing. Their friends are all worried about him, right? Friends are worried about Manny. What happened to them? Do we know where they are? They should have been on that plane by now. Everyone's messaging. They're all on their phones. Manny may not have a phone, right? It may be dead. It might be taken away from them. Whatever their circumstances are, it could be lost. This is where the special lawyer comes into play. My wife and I and a few of our very critical close circle of friends have a special lawyer. They have one job. She lives overseas. She has special practice. We only talk to her for this one thing. The special lawyer has the master passwords to all of our critical friends' vaults, in their vault.
Ooh, that's cool.
In this sense, this is not for your whole group of friends. This is for your critical, trusted circle. You get established as a trusted circle. You talk to the lawyer. And what happens is, like, Samantha's spouse calls the lawyer and says, hey, there's been an emergency. Manny is missing. They're inexplicably absent, detained. Maybe they're in a coma. You don't know. But, like, we need to get into their password vault.
Come on.
We need to get into their critical documents. We need something from them. The lawyer says, okay. Immediately sends a message out to the rest of the circle. and says, the emergency protocol is being invoked. Samantha's spouse has asked me for Manny's password. There's a 72-hour pause while everyone can think about this. Chances are the rest of the circle already knows what's up, but maybe Samantha's lying. Maybe there's a divorce going on. Any one of those friends can say to the lawyer, wait one, let's figure out that something's fishy. Because immediately the cat's out of the bag the moment that Samantha makes the request. Maybe Manny's not missing. Maybe Manny's like on a beach and is like, what the hell is this bullshit? Like, you have that, but if nothing happens, if nobody objects, the lawyer releases the top master password. And you can get into the records and the critical things and all that you need. That can be a huge difference in those critical hours of dealing with the State Department or dealing with a lawyer or who knows what. This protocol applies perfectly well, even if a spouse dies. Or both spouses. Tara and I are almost always together. A lot of the time, I'm in the right seat of a plane that she is flying. So, like, maybe we go down together. Who knows? That's a cool way to go out.
I don't say all police,
but people still need to.
I will say not all police forces are U.S. police forces. Oh yeah, this applies to the United States Police Force. Everything that I have said there. The United States Police Force is not something to trust, not something to enjoy, not something to endorse, not something to be around. They are not helpful. They are here to incarcerate you. That is the only purpose of the United States Police Force. Full stop. And it sucks, because I have friends who went on to become cops. I've told them it's not a good idea. Don't do it. They're trying to save the system from the inside. I don't think that's possible. I don't think U.S. policing can be saved. I do not think that there is a way to meaningfully change the United States police system in my lifetime, at least. I would love to have the police heavily defunded. Perhaps maybe just find a way to split up the system to make it work a little bit better. And ain't gonna happen. I don't see it happening. I have very little hope for America at all, which sucks, but here we are.
Set our affairs in order. Our friends in our trusted circle can still work with the lawyer. They can make changes to social media. They can say, hey, maybe don't tweet at this guy. He did. Whatever you got to do. But there's in this instance, we have a backup. Now, you don't have to do this with a lawyer. If you're familiar with Shamir's shared secrets, you can it's a lot more technical lift, right? But you can have a locked archive and multiple people with distributed keys. And you can set it so that like 3 out of 5 or 6 out of 10 or whatever number of keys you need can be brought together to deconstruct that top master key and open the archive. This is something that we need to talk about. We used to not talk about death and dying, like get yourself a will. Or when it became really good at keeping people alive, but not alive, like on ventilators, we had to start talking about do not resuscitate orders, right? Advanced medical directives. That was a weird thing to talk about for years. But people, don't talk about that. Oh, Maron, give yourself the Maloik. You're going to tempt the fate. We got over that as a society. We talk about that now. We need to start having this equivalent of a discussion for our digital lives. And we don't yet. We need to start talking about how painful it is to a lot of friends to still see that old Facebook page from your dead friend from 3 years ago with that last update that's still there. And technically social media companies have ways to do that, but it's clunky. Consider these other means. Consider some of these plans and come up with a plan.
That happened with my mom for a long time. Facebook kept having her account promote things like games and stuff as a bot. Which, this isn't this is gross thing. My mom just had a zombie Facebook account for a while because it was still in the process of being memorialized. And she had given permissions to different games to post from her here and there. And so that just happened for a while. It was really weird feeling and bad. I did not like that. I wasn't mad about it or anything. It was just oh, that's sad. And this is back when I used Facebook. I don't anymore, but you get the idea. It hurt. It hurt my bones. Oh boy, did it hurt my bones.
For these emergencies. My conclusion is very brief. I have been involved in a lot of different projects in my life. One of the most important things that I've ever gotten to be a part of was being embroiled in a prosecutorial matter at the federal level. We all learned really fast. No one knew what we were doing, but the community came together, we put the right pieces in place, and a young man's life was saved, and he's free, and he's part of our world now. This was a good result. Make no mistake, sorry to my State Department friends, getting to just gouge a thumb right in the eye of a federal prosecution was one of the most proud moments of my life.
Fuck yeah.
And if all of you take this kind of knowledge, and I'll give you a little checklist. If you work down this checklist, you can be the thorn in the side of an attacker, of a threat. That could be a civilian threat, a government threat. It could be any
Good night for today.
intangible
Adios for
thing.
now, okay?
Horrible things
I'll
can
break
happen.
only the laws I want
But,
to.
you know, SANS is like known for their top 20 and the NIST Cyber Control's top 20. I'm going to give you a top 20. We're going to bash down it real quick. Think about all of these in the context of some of the scenarios I've discussed. This is a long list, but you can take bites of it over time. Starting with something you probably aren't. I'll give you a freebie. Who here uses a password manager? Great. Those of you who aren't using it, start using one. And don't just put passwords in
I
it.
have
Put
one of those.
everything in it. Put your copies of your birth certificate, your driver's license, your will. Just shove it in there. There's notes fields. Like, get critical stuff in there so it's in one place, getting backed up to the cloud if you're using 1Password. 1Password is one of my favorite ones, right? It syncs across all your devices. Get your closest friends' contact info. I don't just mean like know how to tweet at them. How many people have some really good friends that you're only on like social media with them? And sometimes they like put their account on lock, or they get banned, or they go dark or something. You're like, oh shit, I don't actually know how to reach that person. Get your closest friends' contact info. Get their most unchanging email address, not their work address where they're going to get a new job. Put that in your contacts, right? Get their full birth date if they're really close to you. Getting things like medical records, dealing with hospitals, full birth dates matter.
Oh, God.
Make that
is
wallet
very
card,
true.
that phone case card, those critical numbers, put it in your phone case. Once you've established your trusted circle, you're going to have that conversation. You're going to have that conversation about MFA backup codes. Remember when you get your MFA, like you set up your device and Google Authenticator and you get those backup codes, right? What do you do with those? You just shove them in your password manager, which lives on your phone, which then goes in a sewer? No, take some of those backup codes and give them to your other friends over Signal and say, keep these in your password manager. I will probably never need these one day, but just in case, they've got them.
I'll have to refine
Agree
the
to have
sword
a
on
check-in
this
every
lot
so
more,
often,
but
right?
Still.
It's almost kind of like NATO. Like, just establish, we are the trusted circle. I could leave my house at the drop of a hat if I'm under threat. Can I stay in your bedroom? You can stay in mine. I will put up bail for you. You'll put up bail for me, right? Get a lawyer. Obtain
This is
legal
true real
representation.
footage of
Talk
a
to your
mass
friends who
stabbing
have
incident.
lawyers. Start with
I
any.
cannot look at that right now. How does he know I live in a sewer? We all live in sewers. It's kind of weird here because I don't have all these kinds of relationships. Fair,
One in your hometown
honestly,
who does any
God,
kind
do
of
I
criminal
feel you.
defense. If you literally know no one and you're in a small town, sit in court. You will see the same lawyer showing up for multiple cases. Watch how well they do. Are they getting people off? Ask them for a card. Pay for one call or one appointment, right? Come at it the other direction, though. Come at it with business and estate law, right? Get those documents in order. Get those documents in order, like family planning documents, estate planning, and then say, hey, do you have a trusted colleague who does criminal defense? Could I meet them? Save that number in your phone. At that point, you are not lying if you tell an authority figure, I choose to remain silent. I am represented by counsel. Those key life documents that I keep hammering on, your will, your personal property memoranda, your advance directives, there's a difference between a power of attorney for legal matters and a medical power of attorney. You don't have to give someone legal authority over your life to make sure they're in the room talking to a surgeon. Medical authority letters are separate. You can do that. You can have non-spouses making medical decisions. Maybe your parents would not honor your wishes. You don't want it to be your parents or somebody. Talk to your lawyer. You pay to generate the documents, you notarize them, you keep them in a drawer. Not just your drawer. You make copies, you give them to all your trusted circle. Birth certificate. Even if you hate your dead name, get 3 or 4. Useful. Then you work on changing it, right? Obtain your hard copies. Stuff. If you are thinking of changing your birth certificate, if you are thinking of changing your gender marker, do not wait. Do it now. The writing is on the wall in a lot of states. Then you get yourself a passport because you got your documents in order, right? If you're a procrastinator, I said, just download the DS11. Fill it out. Go to the drugstore and get the photos. And they're just going to be sitting on your desk looking at you. And then you're like, all right, I'm going to mail this thing off. Figure out how to make a money order at the post office. Get a passport. I will tell you right now, if anyone ever comes up to me in the future, from now till eternity, and you show me a U.S. passport, any passport, frankly, with a validity start date of November or December of 2022, meaning you didn't have it and you got it before the end of the year, I will buy your drinks.
Oh, shit.
This is an open friggin' offer.
I
will
gotta
buy
find
your
this
first
guy.
few drinks.
I gotta find this guy.
And you can keep hitting me up. Come at me anytime you see me in public, in a conference, in an airport. Show me a November or December 2022 passport, and I will hug you and buy you a drink.
All right, fine.
Back up your data.
Bet.
If your
Let's
house
go.
blows up, is
Let's
it all
go.
just in a drawer?
Me and you, dog.
Right?
Me
This
and
can be
you.
something super simple like G Drive with scripts. You can use Carbonite, Crash Plan, Tresser it, whatever my friend Snubs recommends, just do that. If your really boss move is like your trusted circle, y'all have Synology, NASes, do that remote sync, right? Maybe not on your entire media collection, just have that one critical folder that's like super important shit, and like synchronize your birth certificate and all that stuff. Life insurance, valuable personal property insurance, right?
Oh,
if you're
that's
old enough and you have
entirely
real
outside of
assets,
my
put
ability.
these policies in place. Understand who gets your stuff when you die. Make sure your trusted circle knows who gets your stuff. Again, it's not easy for some people to talk about. Do you know what happens to unclaimed or lost money in bank accounts if we can't figure out this person had
goes
no
to the
kids?
bank.
What happens to it? Do you know?
It goes to the bank.
Government takes it. We've
Yep.
seen what they do with your money. Start that shared vault framework, either through Shamir's secret sharing or maybe through that special lawyer. Your top password does not die with you. It has to live on with your trusted circle
There we
so
go.
they can live on and
There
do
we
what has to
go.
be done if you are
Aha.
gone. The whole first half of this list, you don't even have to leave your house. You
There.
can do every
Okay.
one of these first 10
Cool
things
sword.
without putting on pants.
Cool sword.
Now let's step outside. You're going to take a Stop the Bleed class. You are going...
Hold on. Sorry. I'm going to fast forward this list because it is getting late and I have to finish up the rest of my day. Okay. Going to go over the whole list here. Okay. Take a Stop the Bleed class. We went over that early. He went over that early in the video. Try shooting and competing. So go to a shooting competition. Find a locksmith. Meet neighbors. Find a way to share a key with people. Make sure that the neighbors that you trust have a key. Develop soft skills, which are about your communications and your emotional intelligence and things that you can handle on general stuff, or the skills based around the environment that you're in. Get a go brag and do evac drills. Get a second passport. Divest from policing. Abolish prisons. Those are all really good bits of advice. All of those are really good bits of advice. But now, I must take the bit of advice that I was given and do the thing that I often most dread, which is raid out of my channel into somewhere else because I need to go take a shower and I also need to eat some food or something because I'm a little creature sometimes and that's what I've got to do. So we're going to do that. And we're going to raid into Poxmox. And you guys are going to love him. He's wonderful. Everybody, get excited for some Poxmox raiding. It will happen. Here we go. All right. Everybody, I love you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for kind of everything. Oh, you guys are fantastic in just every fucking way. I appreciate it so much. Just thank you. Just thank you. Hope it wasn't too much. That video was incredible. That video was incredible. Did I go in the way I needed it to go? Did that do the thing? The new thing that I have is tough with emotes. It's hard to have emotes. Either way, love you guys. I will figure that out too. That's a whole thing I gotta handle. You're wonderful. All of you are wonderful. I will see you all tomorrow. Same cast time, same cast channel. I hope you have a great time. I hope you have a great night. I hope you keep taking it easy, and I'll see you in your dreams whether you want me to or not. I don't know when the raid will go all the way through. I don't even know if the raid started. Did the raid start? Someone let me know if the raid started. I hope so. I did use the raid command. That's what I did.
You're gonna end up like that.
So let's fucking hope. I think it happened, right? We'll find out in a minute. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out.
No, I don't think.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I gotta fix that.
Survive that schedule.
Okay.
This is true.
Got it. Oh, I got this. I got a better way to handle it. Hold on. Here we go. Check this out. Okay, hold on. Check this shit out. I can do this the best way. The best way. For everybody who's watching on YouTube, thank you very, very much. Please remember to subscribe to the YouTube channel, to like this stream, and to go out of your way to do cool stuff with it later, okay? Yeah, just like the video and all that stuff and all those things. And I love you, and I'll find you, and I know where you live, and we're doing the raid thing. Here we go. Hold on. 4 hours, 20 minutes? Fuck yeah. Is it working? There we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Well, that's when you started streaming? About 4 hours ago. About 4 hours ago. I also, this will be up on the YouTube page, so go enjoy it there. And yeah, subscribe and like and ring the bell and all that stuff. And make sure that you also hit follow on the Twitch as well. Okay, I love you guys. It's all set here. Yeah, it's almost done. It's almost done. For YouTube people, bye-bye for now. It's stopped now. There we go. No, can't do that. Never mind. Sorry, I have to stop normally. There's your raid phrase. Just use that. Use the fuck out of that. Do it, I guess. That's the one that I got right now. I'm sorry. Put your own flair on it. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you all. I love you. I am the woke Marxist Pope. Woke Marxist Pope. Bam, bam, bam. Good times never stream so good.